everybody! Welcome back to Umineko Thursday. I don't know what Dan means by that, but let us continue. And hello, Peachy! Welcome in. At that moment, a cold wind blew past me. Right, things are starting to look a little... Alright, I need a little bit... Right, this is Ange who's in this situation. Right. Little Ange was put... Her little napping body was put into the parlor while everybody went to do the game after party and bringing all of the magical people back. We saw Ronove, we saw everybody. And then Ange is trying to open the door and can't get out. And now we're having flashbacks to like the logic error in episode 6. But how am I? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I'm starting to finally really get into moving. Well, stuff's happening, big changes, but you know, I'm happy. Stretch, thank you. Ooh, I do need stretches. Oh. And hydrate. All right. At that moment, a cold wind blew past me. The wind rippled through my hair. Wind? Inside? I turned around to find the window curtain waving about. There was a high-pitched squeal. At some point, the double window had opened outwards towards the darkness. The icy wind that came through it told me that this window was the only exit from this room. I'm getting deja vu here. The baby swap reveal? So Dan here had called that frame 1. The baby swap reveal.
Frame 1.
So I was just wondering if the game was ever going to say it at all, or if that was just going to be implied for us the whole time. Because I was starting to doubt we'd ever get a scene where specifically Rudolph would ever tell Kyrie about it. And then it happened. Although I do wish we could have seen Kyrie's full reaction. But given that Rudolph did not immediately die, well, I got half of what I wanted, I'll just say that. Huh? Oh my god, it is Burn Castle.
Told you.
You got the cat eyes. Huh? I suddenly realized that the darkness beyond the open window was glaring at me, and my tiny heart leapt. Oh, come on, Burn Castle. She's just a little girl. She's just a little baby. A cute jingling sound rang out. I finally understood. That sound was a cat's bell. The glaring emerald eyes in the darkness were those of a cat standing in the open window. Its pitch black, luxuriant fur blended in with the darkness easily, leaving only the eyes visible, like little Nero.
Just like my Good boy.
Yeah, I'm looking over my shoulder and looking at Nero. He's sniffing around. Did the Ushinomiya family own a cat? It has a bell on it, so it can't be a stray. It's a cat someone owns. At any rate, the cat was standing by the window and staring straight at me. Who are you? Of course, the cat didn't answer my question. I didn't think it was a cute cat, but I thought it might be trying to tell me something, so I approached it slowly. Then the cat did an about face, turning its back to me. Then it then turned its head to look at me, almost as though it was telling me to follow it, and it leapt down into the darkness, leaving the jingle of its bell behind. When I peeked out the window, I saw the cat waiting for me under the pounding rain. I finally realized this window was the only exit out of this locked room parlor. That cat had surely come to tell me that. Like the Coraline cat, except evil. The longer I keep standing around here, the longer the cat will have to wait in the rain. That's no good. I'll catch cold. I climbed up onto the windowsill and went out the window. The wind was strong and the rain was cold, but I didn't get as wet as I thought I would. I might have been in the mansion's shadow. When the cat saw that I was outside, it walked along the wall of the mansion as if guiding me. It quickly disappeared into the blackness, but every now and then, it would turn around and set the bell jingling to let me know it was there. Eventually, a window with light seeping out came into view. It was the window to the hall. When I peeked inside, I saw everyone having a good time. I couldn't hear their voices, but they were all right there. Open up! Open up! I pounded on the window, but no one heard. Maybe the window was really thick, or maybe it was just noisy inside. Or it might have been so dark outside that even I blended in with the darkness. In any event, no matter how much I hit the window, it didn't look as though anyone noticed. By this point, my loneliness was giving way to anger. Why don't you notice me? Why did you lock me up in that room all alone? I've had enough. I'll just get inside somehow and yell at everyone. When the cat realized that I had given up knocking on the window, it led me onwards with another jingle. But just where is this cat going? I know it's following the wall of the mansion, but that's not the way to the front door. The front door might be locked. I'm sure the cat knows a place that I can get into the mansion from, and is leading me there, away from the light seeping from the hall, and towards the blackness lit only dimly by the lights in the garden. The cat and I continued to walk. Then, I found it. An open window. The cat stood below it and looked between me and the window, as though telling me to go inside. Thanks, kitty cat.
お礼にあなたにミルクがあげたいの。
I want to give you some milk to thank
一緒
you.
にいらっしゃい。
Won't you come with me? Girl, no. When I walked closer to pick the cat up, it slipped away from my hands and flew into the bushes in a nearby flower bed. Then, as though it really had melted away into the darkness inside the bush, all traces of it vanished. No matter how much I strained my ears, I couldn't hear the sound of that bell. Suddenly, the wind changed directions and the rain started to hit me fiercely. I can't stay in a place like this forever. I'll go inside. What room is this, I wonder? I climbed up onto the windowsill and entered the room. Then the window silently shut and locked itself. Oh, spooky. Good. That saves me the trouble of doing it myself. The room was completely dark. However, as my eyes got used to the darkness, I was able to make out a few things. It was a large room. There was a long table and many chairs. It was a dining hall. Perhaps because I realized this and was relieved, I was suddenly unable to see again. I searched blindly along the wall for the light switch. Then, finally, I felt a familiar shape. Wouldn't it be annoying if I pushed this and the light didn't come on? Click. No, you'll see something fucked up instead. In fact, it was nearly the opposite, and an annoyingly bright light filled the dining hall and made my eyes hurt. Insane that a reveal like that is locked behind a failable question. Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, you don't get the confirmation that Battler is Kirie's kid unless you get their question right. Oh, I didn't realize that until now. Dang. I slowly opened my tightly shut eyes. And then I saw the state the room was in. I knew it. God damn it! Why'd you have to do this to this little girl? The dining hall was covered with blood, and there were people, many people lying on the floor. God damn it! Then I realized that two of them were my own parents. God damn it. Great. So there are murders. Battler, you're getting hijacked. Hey, are you having a great time, people? Any kids who aren't having a good time will get eaten. Yell and sing the praises of tonight's banquet. The hall was alive with a mingling of humans and residents of magical fantasy. At first, everyone stayed with their own groups, too nervous to mingle. However, as time passed, people started to move around, and both halves began to chat happily together. Anyway, they never listen, do they? Leadership's important. You gotta lead by example if you want anyone to follow you. Maybe some subordinates are like that. but I've never had any success with ordinary methods.
とにかくね、部下には舐められておしまいなのよ。
All I know is, if your subordinates don't take you seriously, you're done for. Oh, are you, speaking from experience, Rosa?
たまには小さなミスをわざとらしくみんなの前で大声で叱責して。
Oh my god, Rosa. It's important to scold people loudly for some small mistake every once in a while, in front of everyone else. Okay, maybe don't do that to your daughter.
そんなのダメ。みんなに怖がられるだけ。
You can't do that. It'll just make everyone scared.
リーダーはみんなの模範にならなきゃダメだよ。
A leader has to be an example for everyone to follow.
リーダーたるものはね、
I'll tell you what makes a leader.
うんぬんかんぬん、うんぬんかんぬん。
Yada yada yada. The Vegeta lion. Vegetal lion, right? Because it's a vegetarian lion. The Vegetal lion expounded his views on leadership to the attentive ears of those around him. Everyone was now pleasantly drunk and unusually animated in conversation. No, they're not realizing.
キリエ
Kirie! Wait, I thought Kirie is dead.
どうしてキリエは嫉妬すればするほど強くなるの？
Why do you get stronger the more jealous you are?
人聞き悪いこと言わないで。
Don't make it sound so bad.
私は欲しいものを逃さない。
If I want something, I won't let it slip away. Yeah, like the money.
それを常に実践してるだけ。
I always put that theory into practice. Nothing more to it.
さあさ
Oh,
あ、
oh.
お待たせしました。
Is you?
Hi, Jet. Thanks for waiting, everyone.
まだまだお料理は続きます。
Even more food is on the way.
Oh, go to Moe.
勝手に当家のパーティーを仕切って。
Butting in on the running of the family party like this.
しかし悔しいですが、身のこなし全てに隙がありません。
And yet, while I hate to admit it, every movement of his is flawless. Oh my god, is Goda having like a stupid sexy Sanders moment for Ronove? Flanders, stupid sexy Flanders moment for Ronove.
どこのホテルで修行を？
Just what sort of hotel did he train at?
仕方ないわよ。ロノウさんは完璧マジだもん。
It's no use trying to compete with Ronove-sama. He's totally perfect. It's true.
でも、私はゴーダの方が好きよ。
But I still love you more, Goda. That's because Beelzebub is of gluttony and he loves food.
これ、焼き加減最高だってば。
This one's been cooked just right. The seven sisters had blended into the party perfectly and were making things interesting.
しかしですな、バンダイン20足で否定されつつも名作と呼ばれるミステリーは数多くありますよ。
And yet there are a great many mysteries that are called masterpieces, and which are also discredited by Van Dyne's 20 rules.
別に否
Oh,
定し
oh,
てる
come back, come back!
It's not like I'm discrediting anything.
ミステリーなんて所詮は娯
Purpose of a mystery novel is your own amusement.
楽。楽しんだもん勝ちだ。
If you have fun, that's all that matters.
あのウィザードハンティングライトに随分と丸くなったものと知るものなの。
Know that even the great wizard hunting rite has gone quite soft. Damn, leave him alone.
文学も娯楽も時代に応じて作法が変わることもあります。
Both literature and forms of amusement change their guidelines with the times.
推理小説もまた同じということでしょう。
Surely, mystery novels are no different. After Will explained his stance on mystery novels, everyone had a comment to make. The conversation showed no sign of running dry.
確かに新人の心構えはそうあるべきだ。
Yes, that is a fitting attitude for a
だ
beginner.
がそれではいつまでも中堅にはなれないね。
However, at that rate, you'll never become a key player in your organization.
しかしながら規則は遵守すべきものであると知りたまえ。
But know that rules exist to be followed.
そんなものは新しき新人が守ればいい。
Just let the new beginners do
規
that.
則は新人用のテンプレートであることを忘れてはならんぞ。
Yes, of sloth. Don't forget that rules are more like instructional guidelines for the new guys to learn from.
そういうことだ。
You said it.
ルールの外での働き方を覚えて、ようやく
So are they
一人
dead
前
or not? Like, you can't really call yourself qualified until you learn how to move outside the rules.
ルールに縛られてるうちはまだまだ半人前だな。
Still got a long way to go if you're letting the rules hold you back. So probably they are really dead, and this is just all made up, right?
I don't know.
私仕事を人に譲るのは耐えられないの。
Yeah, Maman looks a little lonely since Ange isn't here. I can't stand letting other people do the work.
私は強欲のマモン。
I'm Mammon of Greed.
仕事はみんな私が独り占めにしちゃうわ。
I'll do all the jobs myself.
あなたいい根性じゃない。
That's some spirit you've got there.
煉獄の七姉妹ってお給金どのくらい？
How much are they paying you for being a sister of purgatory?
うちの主人の会社に入りなさいよ。推薦してあげるから。
Come and get a job at my husband's business. I'll recommend you personally. Maybe. I like that emote. The humans and the residents of Fantasy were now completely on casual terms.
なるほど。これが魔女の世界のお作法なのですか。
I see. So this is how it's done in the world of witches. I know, I love this song too. Birth of a New Witch is so good.
Yeah, you've got it, yeah.
Know that in this instance only, I'm pronouncing B as ba. Hi, ba.
カップのお茶をお皿に垂らし、両手の手のひらをテーブルに押し付けて、お皿のお茶を犬みたいにチューチューするのが我々のお作法ね。
Where we come from, you pour the tea onto the saucer, press your palms on the table, and slurp it up like a dog, yeah? I doubt it.
あんた何変なこと教えてんのよ。そんなお作法あるわけないで
Yes,
しょ。
Ronove is doing dishes. Yeah. Apparently Ange, got led by Burncastle as a kitty into the dining room. And, there's a bunch of dead bodies there. But it seems everybody's here at the party yucking it up. So, something's going on. Apparently, murders actually are happening. What the hell are you teaching her? Who does things like that?
夏日も騙されてんじゃないわよ、スカポンタ。
And Natsuhi!
いい年して。
What do you think you're doing getting tricked like that? And at your age? Well, Natsuhi's not the brightest, unfortunately. Satan!
夏日さんに向かってなんて失礼な。
How can you be so rude to Natsuhi-san? I know it burns. Huh?
なんで泣き出すんですか。
Oh no. Why are you crying, Satan?
サタン、私そんなに厳しく叱りましたか。
She is the baddest. That doesn't mean she's the brightest. Did I scold you too hard?
シエスタ
Ooh,
410さん純粋な母に二度
ooh,
と妙な
pinched Chester's
込まないよ
butt.
うに
Chester 410-san, make sure you never give my pure and trusting mother such a crazy idea again.
大丈夫後にならない程度に加減してありますから
Don't worry, I made sure it wouldn't leave a mark. 410 started yelling about animal abuse, jumping around in circles and holding her butt.
私の王子様どこかにいないかな。
I wonder if there's a prince out there for me.
燃えるような恋がしたいの。
I want to have some hot, passionate love. Okay, Asmodeus of Lust.
恋をしたら
Don't say that in front of Maria.
なれるかな。
If I fell in love, could I be a beautiful princess too?
なれるとも
Of course.
奇跡パワーだミネラルだ
Love is a miracle, power, a mineral. A mineral?
無敵の力を与えてくれるのだ
It grants you invincible strength.
愛は色欲なんだよって言ってた人が何か言ってる
The person who once claimed love equals lust seems to be saying something. Yeah! Finally, somebody's calling her out for like all that stuff she said in episode 2. Indeed.
毎晩色欲三昧に違いないぞ。
It would seem she's getting her fill every night. What are you talking about?
えい黙れハレンチ女とスケベジジ
Shut up, you perverts! What? What do they mean? The circle surrounding Beato was always a lively one. Shut up, Kinzo. Yeah, for real. Are they just teasing her for about Battler or what?
わかるよその気持ち
I know how you feel because I am you.
僕たちは誰かに命令されて初めて生きる価値が
It's only when we're given orders that we find meaning in our lives. Wait, not like that.
私命令が
Oh, this is a completely different conversation. Okay, phew. Okay, I was scared for a second. I get nervous when I don't have any orders.
誰か私に何か命じてください。じゃないと死んじゃいます。
Someone order me to do something or I'll die.
そんな根性じゃダメだぜ
You can't have that attitude.
自分の生きる価値は自分で生み出す自分で切り開く
You've got to find your own meaning for your life. Cut your own path. Oh, this is also, I think, referring to a conversation Jessica and Kanon had in episode 2. Teasing Beato for friend, minus 74 HP. Yeah,
そうよ。
that's right.
絶対の意志を持たないとダメよ。
Your resolve has to be certain and absolute, you know?
私が人間やってた頃はそりゃがむしゃらに生きてたわよ。
Back when I was a human, I lived like a daredevil all the time. A bit shakily, Lambda Delta started talking about her theory of life. Apparently, she'd also had her fair share of champagne.
なんとも
Lambda Delta's
不思
drunk.
議な光景です。
What a bizarre scene.
そうですね。
It is, isn't it?
ドラノール様、おかわりはいかがですか？
Blanner-sama, would you like some more to drink?
ジュースならもらえます。
Something non-alcoholic.
子供ですので。
I am a kid after all.
おシャノンちゃんでいいや
Oh, Shannon-chan, you'll
ちょ
do.
っといいかい
You have a second? Battler came back into the hall. Battler, are you realizing what's happening on your game board? He was searching for a servant, and the first one his eyes met was Shannon.
はい、バトラ様、
Of course, Battler-sama.
お呼びでしょうか。
Yeah, even Blanner's here. Everyone is here! Except Burncastle, except apparently she's here now as a black cat, so... And oh, Erica is also not here.
Good.
Of course, Battler-sama. Do you need something?
悪いんだけどさ、客間の鍵を貸してくれるかい？
Sorry, but would you mind lending me the key to the parlor?
客間でございますか？
The parlor? Uh-oh! He's gonna find out! Ange isn't there!
マスターキーでも開きますが、何か。
The master keys can open that, but why?
いや、エンジは眠ってるかなと思って。客
Well,
間に行ってきたんだが、
I was just wondering if Ange was asleep, so I went over there.
鍵がかかってたんだ。
The door was locked.
鍵ですか？
Locked?
私たちはエンジ様をソファにお運びした後、扉を閉めておりますが、鍵は閉めておりません。
After we carried Ange-sama to the sofa, we shut the door, but we didn't lock it.
まさかエンジのやつ。
Oh, don't tell me Ange.
自分だけ仲間外れにされたと思って、内側から鍵を閉めていじけてやがんのか。
She must have felt like she was being left out of the fun and locked the door from the inside in a huff. Silly kid.
お開けしましょうか。
Shall we unlock it then?
そうだな。すまん。
Yeah, sorry about the trouble,
頼めるか。
but that would be good. Battler and Shannon left the hall together. In the hall, Lambda Delta started suggesting that they all have another quiz tournament together. Ooh, do we have to do them? Apparently, the Witch of Certainty would be handing out prizes. Everyone seemed enthusiastic about the idea. Smiling contently at the ensuing uproar, Battler headed towards the parlor. It really is locked.
開けてよろしいですか？
Shall I open it?
寝ていたら悪いからとノックはしなかったんだが、鍵をかけたってことは起きたって証拠だしな。
I didn't knock on the door in case she was asleep, but if she locked it, that proves she was awake.
一度ノックするか。
Let's try knocking once. Battler knocked on the door and called Ange's name. However, there was no response from the other side. He pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully, but there was no hint of Ange unhappily throwing a cushion at it.
一通りへそを曲げてからまた寝ちまったのかもな。
She might have fallen asleep after having her little tantrum.
開けてくれるか。
Could you open it for me?
かしこまりました。
As you wish. Shannon took out her master key and unlocked the door. Then she stepped back to let Battler go through.
エンジェ、
Ange!
入るぞ。
I'm coming in. Speaking in a quiet voice to avoid waking Ange if she was asleep, Battler opened the door. Then, just as the door opened, a chilly breeze drifted by. The breeze, which felt like outside air, immediately caught the attention of the pair, and they looked at each other. It could be seen at a glance that Ange wasn't in the parlor. The curtains to the wide open window fluttered about.
エンジェ。エンジェ？
Ange? Ange? A blanket lay crumpled up on the sofa. It sat there just as Ange had left it after waking up. The blanket was slightly warm. Clearly, she had been here until a short while ago.
エンジ様、
Ange-sama,
いらっしゃいませんか？
are you there? She obviously wasn't playing hide and seek. Ange was nowhere to be seen in the parlor. Battler peered out the open window into the rainy blackness. So she slipped out the window in this rain and went, where?
エンジ様は窓から出て行かれたというのでしょうか？
Do you think Ange-sama might have gone out the window?
寝ぼけるにも。
That'd make her one hell of a sleepwalker, Yeah, including the rain not waking her up. Since she didn't leave via the main entrance, she probably doesn't even have an umbrella. It was very hard to imagine any reason Ange could have for going outside in this weather. I have a bad feeling about this. This shouldn't be happening. I'm the game master of this game board. Yeah, Battler, why you keep getting cucked on your own game boards? So why are we in a situation that the game master can't understand? A large bolt of lightning lit up my surroundings for an instant, but I was unable to see any trace of Ange. You always get fucked over on your own game boards. What the hell?
じゃあ次は私が問題を出す番ね。
Okay, now it's my turn to think of a question.
ワンホールの3分の1のケーキと4分の1のケーキと5分の1のケーキがお皿に乗ってるの。
Okay, so you have a third of a whole cake, a quarter of a cake, and a fifth of a cake, all on a plate.
ワンホールを食べるのに30分かかるとして、食べ終わった時お皿にケーキはいくつあるでしょう？
It takes 30 minutes to eat one whole cake, so how much is left on the plate when you finished eating? Girl, how long does it take you to eat? At that moment, there was a roar of thunder and the lights flickered. The cheery voices vanished in an instant, like the candles being blown out. Oh no, it took one bad quiz question to break the illusion.
ゼロ個でしょ。
None.
あんたが引っ掛けられた問題じゃない。
That's a riddle you were tricked with once, isn't it? Uh-oh. Amidst the silence, one voice rang out and answered Lambda's riddle. The crowd parted. Quiz question so bad it ruined the whole atmosphere. Exactly. The crowd parted, and the form of a girl, a 1,000-year-old witch, came into view. She had been invited. She was an official guest, holding an invitation to this party.
遅刻してごめんなさい。
Sorry I'm late.
パーティーを盛り上げる催しの準備をしていたら、すっかり遅くなってしまって。
I was just so caught up working out some festivities to lighten up the party. Liven up the party like murder? No! As Burncastle spoke, he looked around at everyone.
あら、
Oh.
かけらの海で朽ち果てたと思っていたら。
And I thought you'd wasted away in the sea of fragments.
今は私の駒よ。
They're my pieces now.
素敵でしょ？
Pretty cool, right? She stared at Leon and Will with an unnerving smile on her face, but she apparently lost interest quickly. Who's the one that's saying that this girl looks 1,000 years old? Is the one blind? Oh, hi, Alone. He says that she's 1,000 years old. So, call her delusional, I guess. A parry of murder, Dan? A parry of murder? I'm just kidding. A party of murder, perhaps a party of corpses. Corpse Party. I've actually never played Corpse Party. I've tried to watch it on YouTube because I'm like, oh, scary. But I don't think I actually finished watching a YouTube playthrough. You'd get so sick trying to eat a whole cake in one sitting. There's that too, right? Like, geez. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is, was that the whole cake, though? Right, if we figure it's in 6 pieces, or is it 8 pieces? How much would a fifth be? A quarter, a fifth, and oh, that would be the whole cake, wouldn't it? That would be a whole cake, wouldn't it? Yeah, 1/4 plus a third plus a fifth. Is that's a whole cake, isn't it? That would be great for stream corpse party. Oh, I see. Maybe some October. 75%? Really? I feel like it'd be more. But if you say so. Dan's trying to math it out. Yeah, cackle. He stared at Liam. About 75%. Okay. Alright, I'll hydrate. Still, eating 75% of a cake in one sitting would also give you a tummy ache. Depending on the size of the cake and the components of the cake. Like, maybe if it was all like fluffy chiffon and barely frosted, I could eat 75% of the cake and be okay. But if that thing had buttercream, I'd be doomed, you know? I'm gonna stretch. All right. 47% out of 6. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dan. Slightly more than 3/4 of a cake was on the plate, apparently, if I read that right. She stared at Leon and Will with an unnerving smile on her face, but she apparently lost interest quickly. Where's Battler and Beato? They went out the door because Shannon just went with Battler out of the door. I'm a guest, aren't I? Isn't there anyone to welcome me? Lambda Delta doesn't count. Rip. I'm here. We did invite you. But I didn't expect you to actually come. I see. So this must be a miracle. She is the Witch of Miracles. Now there's an interesting thing to say. Why's everyone gotten so quiet? This is a party, right? Go ahead and be noisy. Just for the hell of it. Or is welcoming me with silence supposed to be some kind of joke? Now it's your turn. My turn for what? You asked where I was. So I told you. Now it's your turn. What are you talking about? Did something happen? Ange is gone. Even I, the game master, don't know where she went. That's insane! Isn't this your game? Yeah, Battler! That doesn't make sense. If Ange disappearing isn't a scenario created by Battler, that means there must be another game master. Is that even possible? Oh, yes. I was surprised myself. Just when I opened the game board to start a delightful game of my own.
全く同時にバトラもおかしなゲームを始めていたというわけ。
I found that Battler had started up this bizarre game at the same time.
ゲームマスターが2人なんておかしなこともあるものね。
Two game masters at once. It's a crazy world we live in, don't you think? What a time to be dead.
それはつまりお前がエンジェをどこかに隠したと認めたということだな。
In other words, you're admitting that you hid Ange away somewhere.
そうなるな。
It would seem so.
ゲームマスターのバトラの描いていないシナリオが生み出せるのはもう一人のゲームマスター殿しかいないということになるのだから。
After all, no one could create a scenario not invented by the game master, except for another game master.
パーティーを盛り上げる催しの準備ってやつ？
Would this be those festivities to liven up the party that you mentioned?
ラムダたちはクイズ大会で楽しく盛り上がってたわね。
All of you looked like you were having a blast with that quiz tournament.
だから私もそれに加わることにしたわ。
So I decided I wanted to join in. Oh, are we doing questions anyway?
エンジェはその人質のつもりというわけか。
And you decided to hold Ange hostage to do that?
そういうことよ。
You've got it.
バトル、ベアと
Battler, Beato.
あなたたちにゲームを挑みたいの。
I want to challenge you to a game.
拒否権はないわ。
You cannot refuse.
エンジェが大事な妹ならね。
Not if you treasure Ange as a little sister, that is.
何が望みだ。
What do you want?
あんたとベアとを巡るゲームで私はラムダと賭けをしていた。
Lambda and I made a bet about the game between you and Beato.
それには私は負けたことを認めなくてはならない。
I must acknowledge that I've lost.
少なくともラムダにはね。
At least, that I've lost to Lambda.
ベルンってドライそうに見えてなかなか執念深いのね。
You try to act all dry, but you can really hold a grudge.
つまりこういうことでしょ？
It's like this, right?
私には負けたけど、バトラやベアトに負けたわけじゃない。
You're saying you lost to me, but not to Battler and Beato. It seemed as though Berncastle might smile. However, she didn't. Those cold eyes spoke without words. Battler understood. He had played so many games against Beato. Those games had been a wordless message from Beato. So he knew. He understood.
俺たちと勝負した。
He wants to fight us.
そういうことか。
Is that it?
恐ろしい敵であるぞ。
She will be a fearsome opponent,
だが引けない。
but we can't back out.
分かっておる。
I know that.
エンジェル、ベルンカステル教のおもちゃにさせるわけにはいかぬ。
Why is he all smug? Good question. We mustn't let Ange become Lady Berncastle's plaything. Beato understood as well. She understood Berncastle's desire for one final battle.
ベルンが正々堂々となんだね。
I never thought I'd see you up front asking for a fair fight. You'd think the man spent his time winning with the way he carries himself. I know, right? And he got his game hijacked again, 2 out of 2 times.
笑える。
Go on, laugh.
どうして？
Why?
ありがとう。
It's graceful, I know. Thanks. Lambda Delta understood as well. In these final moments before the end of Battler and Beato's tale, before everything was locked away in the cat box, Berncastle had finally moved from the audience to the stage. We still haven't gotten Battler and Beato's quiz question where Ryukishi looks directly at the camera to ask, is magic real? And if you choose no, you go to a 90s era game platformer game over screen. You think the cockiness is hot? I definitely see the appeal. I mean, so did Sayo. That stupid promise made when 12 is the only reason he has any relevance. Damn, get his ass. The main villain fell in love with him. That's it. Ooh, get him. That witch who had hidden in the wings, unwilling to come out into the light for 300 hours, had shown the courage to step out onto the stage. As a friend, Lambda Delta showed that she understood Berncastle's human emotions, which had given her this courage. Oh no! The narration is calling Lambda Delta a friend! Minus 75 HP! Is there anything I can do? Friend, minus 1,640 HP. Well, Lambda is a friend, somewhat. Yeah, but she's also in love with Berncastle. So that's what I mean. The narration just friend-zoned her. Is there anything I can do? Please act as an observer for my game. Sure. If you can promise, you'll release Ange if we take part in your game. Wow, thanks, Lambda. Yeah, but since the heroes keep losing on repeat, she acts as the backup. She's the 6th Ranger. Yeah. She was pretty evil at the beginning. So it's interesting how much she's like, yeah, sure, yeah, I'll back y'all up. Of course. Without such a promise, we are not obligated to go along with your farce. Anti-hero. Man, anti-hero. Is she an anti-hero? Or an anti-villain? Somewhere in the middle. If Battler was competent, the story wouldn't happen? So really the biggest issue is that he is dramatic and stupid. Damn! Get him! He does good for selfish reasons. Yeah, that sounds about right. You might not be obligated, but that won't change the fact that Ange is not coming back. In that case, you can enjoy being branded as a loser for the next few centuries. The anti-villain here would be Dlanner. Oh, yeah, that's a really great way of putting it, actually. Dlanner really is an anti-villain. Working for the villains, yet just doing her job, and she even kind of likes the heroes, yeah. Beato, don't provoke her. This isn't a fight we can back down from. Yes. From the moment a hostage was taken, their ability to negotiate had disappeared. You know the trope punch clock villain? That's her. Oh, a villain punching the clock? Man, I haven't looked on TV tropes in a long ass time. Just clock in, clock out. That is her. However, Lambda Delta was making Berncastle promise to release Ange in exchange for her agreeing to become an observer. Without that promise, Berncastle would have nothing to lose. To make this final fight, Bern wanted a proper one. Lambda Delta made her agree to that promise. Let me just give this another look over. Yeah, the way Lambda makes being self-serving an endearing trait is interesting. You're right. You're right.
無論よ、ラム
Of course, Lambda.
ダ。約束するわ。
I promise.
ゲームが終わったら、エンジは解放する。
When the game ends, I'll release Ange.
私の顔に泥を塗らないでよ。
Don't make a fool of me, okay?
私、書かされた恥は絶対に相手を後悔させるまで許さないんだから。
When I get shamed, I never let go of the one who did it until they regret it. I want to see this happen, actually. Please, Burncastle, be a petty bitch. I want to see Lambda Delta go after you. Lambda Delta spoke in a soft, threatening tone. However, Burncastle laughed lightly as though she had found the look on Lambda Delta's face adorable.
誓うわ。
I swear it.
私たちの友情にかけて。
I swear it on our friendship. Oh! Friend zone again! Minus 2,000 HP! You personally wouldn't call her endearing, but she's more fun to watch because of her two-note personality. Yeah, she's definitely a bit complicated, weirdly, but in a way that doesn't really draw attention to itself. Friend minus 64,719 HP. Ooh. Ooh. Lambda Delta whistled and grinned. Apparently, this was the most reliable oath Burncastle could utter. Which means this will be even more fun when she breaks it by being petty and a hater. So Dan, you might be right about the unparalleled levels of haterism. I don't know if it'll happen this stream, but... Okay. Lambda Delta nodded, looked between Battler and Burncastle, and spoke.
絶対の魔女ラムダ。
I am a noted evil woman enjoyer, so you're not an unbiased party. Understandable. By the name of Lambda Delta, Witch of Certainty, I accept the role of observer for your fight.
バトラ、ベアト、異存はないわよね。
Battler, Beato, you have no objections, right? After Battler and Beato nodded at each other, they nodded at Lambda Delta to show their determination.
嬉しいわ。
I'm so glad.
やっと私たちは戦えるのね。
We finally get to fight each other.
いずれお前とは戦うことになると予感していた。
I had a feeling I'd end up fighting you sooner or later.
いつから？
Since when?
わからない。
I'm not sure.
ひょっとしたらお前の名を知るよりも
It might have been before I even learned your name. Battler vaguely remembered her speaking to him. Somewhere in an unconscious world he couldn't remember. Oh yeah! So there was a couple of times, like in episode 2, or like the episode 1 Tea Party, or the question mark, or something like that, where she spoke directly, like, yo, I'm gonna be on your side. But it was straight, it seems like she was speaking right to the player, but I guess it makes sense she would have been talking to Battler. But even back then, he was like, damn, you're gonna betray my ass. Maybe he does know what he's doing a little bit. Or rather, Battler's pretty good at emotionally gauging people. Just not when he was 12, because he was 12. Battler vaguely remembered her speaking to him, somewhere in an unconscious world he couldn't remember. He's really clever when he wants to be. Praise? Praise for Battler? At the time, it had sounded like she was giving him advice for his fight with Beato. But thinking back on it, it was a little different. She might have been a cat, fighting from the sidelines, too scared to go out into the bright sunlight. So I had a vague premonition that, eventually, we would stand opposed to each other on the game board in some way.
こいつもプレイヤーの一人だったんだ。
She was always one of us players.
ゲーム版を片付ける最後の最後で、こいつはやっと舞台に上がる勇気を持てた。
Now, at the very end, as the game board is being put away, he's finally found the courage to step up onto the stage. I like how they keep calling her a scaredy cat. I'm sure this will go over well.
俺はその勇気ある決闘の
Yeah, men that cocky and a little pathetic are your favorite. I definitely understand the appeal. I like Battler. I know I haven't said it much, but I like him. He usually just wants to be the dumbest motherfucker on the island. I mean, there's that too. I want to accept that brave challenge of yours.
お前の駒だった。あの勇敢な女の名にかけてな。
By the name of that courageous girl who once was your peace.
私はエリカに決闘を押し付けたんだ。
I forced Erika to fight a
勝
duel.
ちたかっ
I wanted to win.
た。それ以上に負けたくなかっ
And even more strongly,
た。
I didn't want to lose.
敗北の味を知るかもしれない恐怖が私を災難に。
The fear of possibly tasting defeat tormented me. Oh, so she admits it. She was a scaredy cat because the possibility of losing, she was like,
そして今にして思うとあの時のあんたたちに
and
私は嫉妬していたんだわ。
thinking back on it, I envied you two back then. Ooh, Lambda Delta's ... dotting.
エリカはお前の優秀な駒だ。
Was that a Higurashi thing, or is that more like Burncastle hinting that is like, damn, you two were feeling something, but I've been dead inside for ever, a long time. So mad at the time he just sat there like, I don't get it. If I'm Battler Ushinomiya, but I'm not Asumu's son, how could I be Battler Ushinomiya? You know what? Get him for that, honestly. Even like the witches in that scene were looking at him like, seriously, dude? Erika was a great piece of yours, and my rival. Well, here's another reason for you to be mad at him. Dan! Oh my god, hold on.
その最後を見取らず忘却の深淵に葬ったお前を俺は許さない。
I won't forgive you for refusing to witness her last stand and laying her to rest in the depths of oblivion.
どうしろというの？
Just what do you want me to do?
エリカに謝れと。
Apologize to her?
エリカを忘却の深淵から
Oh
救え。
no, Dan! He's just making up so many reasons for you to not like him. Rescue her from the depths of oblivion.
そしてこのパーティーに招け。
And invite her to this party.
エリカ
Erika.
救い
Rescue Erika.
わらわもバトラに同じだ。
I feel the same as
あ
Battler.
やつは敵方の駒なれど、その役割に忠実であったにす。
She may have been a piece who stood in opposition towards us, but she was only faithfully fulfilling her role.
好敵手なくして ゲームは成立せん。
There can be no game without an adversary.
敵であることは変わらぬが、我らの大切な友人だ。
She remains our enemy, but she's also an important friend to us. You won't hear her admit that.
あれだけあんたたちを苦しめたのに。
Even though she made you suffer so much. Yeah, Battler, remember the wedding? That was so fucked up.
俺たちはフェアに戦った。
We fought a fair fight.
勝敗が互いの運命を分けたが。
The outcome may have changed our
決闘を
fates,
交わした俺たちはずっと友人だ。
but now that we've dueled each other, we'll always be friends. Okay, fucking anime pro tag Battler. I think it's sweet. I mean, it would be sweet if it wasn't for the wedding scene. The fact that Battler's willing to brush that aside makes me like, okay. You want to be their friend too, don't you, Burn? We all want to be friends, don't we? Why are we all fighting? That's why you want a fair fight with them now, isn't it? Are you laughing at me?
笑わぬ。
We aren't. You say with a laugh, Beato? He probably blocked it out, to be honest. You know what? I could see that. He blocked out that whole memory. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. Was he even conscious during that part? Not really, but he was like kind of reacting more than he was in other scenes. Like he was reacting in pain and stuff like that. So yeah, maybe it just got shoveled into his subconscious and he forgot. He was in the logic error coma. He was. But he was registering pain. We aren't.
むしろ歓迎だ。
On the contrary, we welcome it.
人質を取ってるのに。
Even though I've taken a hostage.
取らなきゃ。お前は舞台に出られなかったんだろ。
You probably wouldn't have come up onto the stage otherwise. There had been no need to take a hostage. Battler and Beato would have gladly accepted a final duel if Berncastle had expressed a desire for one. It was hard to make out anything from Berncastle's silent expression.
いいわ。
Okay.
何が？
What's okay?
エリカを深淵から
I'll release Erika from the depths.
解放するわ。
I'm sorry, Dan. You took a hostage. Beato killed him repeatedly. Okay, you're right. Battler's capacity to forgive is quite vast.
よく決意したな。
That must have taken a lot of resolve. Man, Battler's like, I'm so proud of you. People leave, but you're still there on the couch. For someone as proud as Berncastle, forgiving the peace who had caused her defeat should have been nearly unbearable. Battler knew this, so he realized how much this bit of compassion had cost Berncastle. Okay, whatever, Dan. Berncastle snapped her fingers and a black cat slipped out of her shadow.
深淵の奥底に存在に放り投げたから。
I tossed her all the way into the deepest parts of Oblivion.
到着は遅れるかもしれない。
She might be late in arriving.
構わぬ。
It matters not.
料理も酒も決して
Okay, she's not back yet. There's no danger of the food and drink running out.
おゆき、子猫。
Go, kitty.
あの子をここに案内しなさい。
Guide that kid here. Erika's so gone, people arrive. When she gave this order, the cat melted into the darkness, its bell jingling.
まさかあんたがエリカを許すなんてね。
I can hardly believe that you'd forgive Erika.
許す気はないわ。
I don't plan on forgiving her.
だからもう私の駒じゃない。
So, she's not my piece anymore.
誰かが拾えば？
Anyone feel like picking her up?
あんただってリオンたちを拾ったわけだし。
After all, you already picked up Leon and Will.
ベルンカステル
Burncastle.
感謝する。
You have my thanks.
じゃあ甘ったるい時間はこれくらいでいい？
Then can we stop with the sentimentality?
すでに私には苦痛なの。
I've already had as much as I can bear. Sure.
いいぜ。ゲームはどこでする？
Where will we have the game? Bro, it already started.
ここで賑やかにでも、静かないつもの場所でも、どこでも構わない。
I'm happy to have it here with all the noise, or in the usual quiet spot, or wherever you like.
ベルンカステル教が
Joke's on you, dumbass. This episode is all about sentimentality. True. Lady Burncastle has shown the courage to stand before a great many people already.
これ以上いじめることもあるまいぞ。
Y'all. Fuck. They're so fucked. I see no point in making her suffer further.
そうだな。
Good point.
ならば、いつものあの場所しかないだろうぜ。
And let's make it the usual place.
ベル、問題ない？
Any objections, Burn?
ないわ。
None.
ごめんね、パーティーのみんな。
Sorry,
私
partygoers.
たちはちょっと失敬するけれど、みんなは引き続き楽しんでいてちょうだい。
We'll be heading out for a bit, but please continue to enjoy
ゼ
yourselves.
パル、フルフル。
Zepar,
あんたたちが盛り上げてて。
Furfur, liven this place up.
エリカが来たらみんなで歓迎してあげて。
When Erika gets here, let's have everyone give her a warm welcome. Yes, Lady Lambda Delta. Your wish is our command.
では招こうぞ。我らが思考を巡らして戦うにふさわしいいつものあの部屋へ。
Now then, let us take her to the usual room, a fitting place for our battle of wits. When Battler snapped his fingers, space shattered. Yep, we're back in this room. They were now in the place where witches had once exhaustively debated, schemed, and reasoned. The witches' smoking room. Burncastle had been invited there once again, and the final game would now begin. Oh boy.
ゲームの用意はあるのか？
Do you have a game prepared?
もちろん
Of course.
じっくりと作り上げた自信作のゲームよ。
I worked hard on this game, and I'm pretty proud of it.
ゲームマスターがベルンで、バトラとベアとはプレイヤーということね。
So, Burn will be the game master, and Battler and Beato will be the players.
ベルンが殺人ゲームの物語を語り、プレイヤーの2人が人間のトリックで再構築できるかを挑む、いつものゲームね。
The usual game where Burn creates a murder tale, and the two players have to reconstruct it with human tricks.
ベルンカステル教の描くシナリオがどのようなものか興味があるぞ。
Now Ange gets to also die. Nice. No! She was alive last time we saw her. She just stumbled upon the dead bodies. No! I'm interested to see what sort of scenario Lady Burncastle develops.
俺たちが青き真実で指摘し、お前が赤き真実でそれを弾く。
We'll explain things with the blue truth. Oh, I got my sounds ready. And you'll knock those down with the red truth.
そのルールで問題ないな。
Are we all right with those rules?
私のゲームは
She's gonna commit die later? No! My game will be a simpler
ただ
one.
の犯人当てクイズ。
It's just a quiz of guessing the culprit. More quiz questions!
あんたたち
Yay!
と赤やら青やらの攻防をやるつもりはないの。
I don't feel like trading red and blue with you.
へえ。
Oh?
それってどんなゲーム？
What kind of game will that be? Wait, I just had a... I don't know if this means anything. But since, Lambda Delta's theme color seems to be red, and Burncastle's theme color seems to be blue, I just realized that she's the... Like, Lambda Delta, the red one, is the Witch of Certainty, and the red truth is, like a certain statement of truth, right? And meanwhile, Burncastle is blue, and she's the Witch of Miracles. So the blue truth could be like kind of like a miracle, like you pulled something out of your ass and it ended up saving you, like solving everything for you and becoming the truth, right? Hi, Rep. Did I say something deep? I don't know if that was anything. Oh, what kind of game will that be?
先に見せてもらってもいい？
Would you mind letting me have a look at it first? Burncastle held her palm upwards and a fragment, glowing pale blue, appeared there. Lambda Delta held a hand over it and shut her eyes. Just saying hi? Wow, the doctors, how we doing, gamers? What I miss? Oh, well, apparently a bunch of people died, including Rudolph and Kirie, and Ange just stumbled into it all. But we don't know anything else yet. See?
簡単なゲームでしょ。
It's a simple game, isn't it?
確かに。
You're right.
これはバトラたちがやっていた思考ゲームに比べたらはるかに単純だわ。
It's much more straightforward than the mind games these two played in the past.
これはもはや
Oh
魔女
no.
と人間
Oh
のゲームじゃ
no.
ない。
Oh no. This isn't even a game about witches and humans anymore.
そうよ。
That's right.
これはもはや人間のゲーム。
This is a human game.
驚いたわ。
This is surprising.
ベアトというファンタジーと戦うためにベルンが用意したゲームが純粋なミステリーだったなんてね。
To take on the fantasy that is Beato, you've created a genuine mystery. Oh my god, actual mystery. Let's go.
説明してくれ。
Please explain.
極めてシンプルよ。
It's extremely simple.
ベルンの用意した物語を感激する。
You'll watch the tale Byrne has prepared for you.
その中にはいくつかのルールがあるけれど、それに従って読み解くことで一なる真実、すなわち回答が得られるようにできているの。
There are several rules to it, but if you follow them as you read it through, it'll lead you to a single truth. In other words, an answer.
つまり普通に推理小説だって。
So, it's an ordinary mystery novel?
なるほど。
I see.
となれば赤と青の真実のつばぜり合いなど
In that case,
ということか。
there's no need for combat between red and blue truth. In Beato's games, the argument was about whether it was a mystery or not. However, Burncastle's game was a mystery. There was no need to argue that from the start.
動機もトリックも切り捨て
I even cut out the motive and the tricks.
た。あんたたちに求める答えは
There's only one question I'm asking you.
フーダ
Who done it?
なんと単純か これ以上ないほどに我らの決着にふさわしいゲームなのか。
What a simple yet fitting game to conclude our fight. True. Even though it wasn't stated at the beginning, the kind of the biggest mystery is the whodunit, right? Who was Beato?
そうだな。
Yeah. Well, that's an easy question. The answer is Ryukishi done it. Yeah, we don't even need to see the see the mystery.
何の小細工もない。
Yeah. No cheap tricks.
ストイックなまでにシンプルな。
Just a stoically simple game.
これは
Put him to
正
jail.
真正銘の決闘である。
This is a genuine duel.
立会人として宣言するわ。
As the observer, I'll say this.
このゲームは解けるようにできている。
This game is made to be solvable.
つまりあんたたちの決闘の舞台として公平であることを保証する。
In other words, I guarantee that it's a suitable setting for your duel.
ベル、これは老婆心だけれど
Fern, I know I keep on saying this,
本当にいいの？
but are you really sure? Fern, please be petty. Please get Lambda pissed at you. I need to see it.
バトラとベアとはミステリー好きで交際を始めたのよ。
Battler and Beato's relationship started because they both loved mystery.
私にはよくひねったシナリオだとは思えるけれど、この二人に通用するかはちょっとわからないわよ。
I agree it's a pretty tricky scenario, but I'm not sure it'll be enough to stop these two, especially Beato.
私の精一杯のシナリオが通用しないなら、その時はその時。
If my best tale can't stop them, then what comes will come.
大事なのはベルンカステル教が渾身の力で描いたゲームであること。
The important thing is that Lady Berncastle put everything she had into this game.
そうだな。
You're right.
Welcome!
What comes will come, yes. You're right.
それが俺たちに通じるかどうか。
Will that be enough to stump us?
ただそれだけのシンプルなゲームなんだ。
That's all this simple game is about.
ラムだ。ありがとう。
Thanks, Lambda.
お前のおかげでこの決闘が正々堂々としたものであることが証明された。
Thanks to you, we know that this duel will be a fair fight.
どういたしまして。
You're welcome.
私も嬉しい。
Oh no, not again. I'm happy to. I'm happy too.
ベルンが挑むというこの貴重な戦いに立ち会わせてもらえるなんて光栄よ。
It's very rare for Byrne to bring a fight herself, and I'm honored to be here to see it.
そなたを対戦相手に
Hello there!
わらはもう光栄。
Welcome!
I'm also honored to have you as an opponent.
私もよ、
Same here.
あんたを見下して
I underestimated you,
た。勝負の場にでもせずにね。
and I did it without even stepping into the battlefield.
そんな、それまでの自分に虫唾が走る。
Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit.
だから、決闘させて。
So, let me fight.
受けて立とうぜ。
Show us what you've got.
私が勝ったら、今度こそあんたを思いっきり見下してあげる。
If I win, I'll be able to look down on you for real this time.
そしてもし、
And if I lose,
私がきっと忘れ
he's
てい
got the
る
colon 3 face.
あの感情を思い出させて。
I'll surely be reminded of that emotion I know I've forgotten. Oh no. Indeed,
ベルンカステル、
Berncastle.
お前が勝とうと負けようと これだけは約束する。
Whether you win or lose, I'll promise you one thing.
何？
What's that?
この決闘が終わったら
When this duel is over,
俺たちは友人だ。
we'll be friends. Okay. Okay, shonen anime pro tag.
これ以上はやめて。
Enough of that,
く
please.
すぐったくて死んでしまいそう。
The sentimentality is killing me. Friend, minus 38 HP. Lambda clapped her hands. A pleasant sound rang out. That being this banger of a song.
朗読をベルンが
Will you be the reader, Burns?
それとも私が引き受けようかしら
Or shall I take on the role?
朗読者は不要よ。
I don't need a reader. Huh?
朗読の巫女は自分の口を通して物語を脚色することも歪めることもできる。
A reader, Miko, can use her own voice to embellish or distort the
た
tale.
とえ私のゲームに小細工がなくとも、朗読の術でいくらでもそれをすることができる。
Even if there was no cheap trickery in my game, by having a reader, any amount of trickery could be added, so there's no narration?
そうである
Yes, that is true.
な。それ
Oh
もまた
boy.
ゲームマスターの権利の一つ。
That's another of the Game Master's privileges, a bunch of bullshit and lies in the narration.
あんたたちとしたい決闘はシンプルでありたいの。
I want to have a straightforward duel with
だ
you,
から朗読者はいらない。
so I don't need a
あ
reader.
なたたちが自らの目と耳で物語を読みなさい。
You can read this tale with your own eyes and ears.
いいの
Are you sure?
それじゃベルンに有利なことがなくなっちゃうじゃない
That means you've lost almost all of your advantages.
わかった。
Got it.
朗読者はいらない。
You don't need a
俺
reader.
たちが自分で物語を読む。
We'll read the tale ourselves.
朗読者がいないということは、いわゆる物語のとがきに一切
If
の虚偽
there
が
is
混
no
じらぬという
reader,
ことか。
doesn't that mean there will be absolutely no falsehoods in the narrated text? Well, I mean, it's a mystery. Characters are going to lie, aren't they?
受けて立つぞ。ベルンカステル。
We're ready, Burncastle.
何の小細工もない。正真正銘のミステリーの一騎打ち。
A showdown over a genuine mystery without any cheap
お
tricks.
前の正々堂々。俺たちも正面から受け止めてやる。
If you're going to play fair and square, we'll challenge you head on too.
ありがと
Thank you.
う。負けないわよ。私も。
And I don't plan on losing either.
それではダメであるな、ベルン教。
That's no good, Lady Byrne.
ああ、そうだな。
He's right.
ミステリーを突きつける魔女はそんな態度じゃダメだぜ。ああ、全然ダメだな。
Oh my god, how long has it been since we heard a Zen Zen Dameda? Oh my god. She's right. If you're a witch challenging us with a mystery, it's no good having an attitude like that. Yeah, it's no goddamn good at all. It's been so long. Burncastle, realizing what Battler and Beato were asking for, snorted. Lambda Delta nodded at her, telling her to enjoy this final duel to the fullest. Yeah, we gotta have cackling witches, baby! AZ voice has been 3,000 years. Oh yeah, did y'all see the Pokemon day? Uh-huh. He's like, app crashed! Your app crashed? Oh my god! Wow.
人間と魔女が仲良く肩を並べてミステリー談義なんて。
You know what? They're so right. Wrong attitude. Y'all gotta be a bitchy witch. This is where the true entertainment of Umineko lies. I human and a witch discussing a mystery side by side. Yes! Let's fucking go! It's ridiculous! Ludicrous!
あんたたちの仲良しミステリーが私の用意したミステリーに通用するかどうか試してあげる。
Let's see if your cheery take on mysteries can handle
受
mine.
けてみなさい。私のミステリー。
I challenge you to solve my mystery.
そうでなくては
That's more like it.
奇跡の魔女ベルンカステル教の挑戦状確かに受け取ったぞ。
We'll take your challenge, Lady Burncastle, Witch of Miracles.
さあ勝負開始だ。
All right, time to start. Narrator voice, and then they solve the mystery. Damn, you don't think they're gonna show us?
ゲームマスター後ろ宮バトラー。
I, Game Master Ushinomiya
そして無
Battler,
限の魔女ベアトリーチェがお相手してやる。
and Beatrice, the Endless Witch, will be your opponents.
ぶっ飛ばされても泣くんじゃねえぞ。
Don't start crying when we wipe the floor with you.
食らうといいわ。これがベルンカステルのミステリー。
Take this. Behold a mystery from Burncastle. Burncastle took the fragment holding the game and smashed it against the table, shattering it with a brilliant light as the game's scenario laid itself out. The curtain rose on the mystery Burncastle had created. So I take it this is going to be a bit shorter than usual. No sound but that of the... Oh, so we're back to Ange turning on the light. No! Her little 6-year-old Ange. No sound but that of the falling rain filled the room. It covered the tragic scene in the bloody dining hall. No! At some point, Ange had fainted and fallen to the floor. Now her consciousness was slowly returning, forcing her to remember what had happened in this room. Though she reflexively averted her gaze, even before the memory overtook her. 6 bodies lay in the blood-stained dining hall. Strangely enough, as her consciousness returned bit by bit, the terrifying scene before her seemed somehow less intense. So this time, Ange was able to look at the 6 corpses well enough to make out who they were. 1 corpse for each year of her little life. No! First, there were her own parents. They were a pitiful sight, colored red, bright red by a bloody makeup. Next to them, that's Uncle Hideyoshi and Auntie Eva. Both Uncle Hideyoshi, the uncle who'd always said something funny and made me laugh, and Auntie Eva, the aunt who seemed to be so fond of me, are lying there dead. Genji-san, the servant, is lying over there. And the one lying right here is Auntie Rosa. Okay, so Natsuhi and Kraus are still alive. I'm on mute? Oh, you have me on mute. Okay, y'all can hear me, right? Okay. Enjoy Gundam Cuck, G-Cucks, F to everyone, for real, yeah. And the one lying right here,
This was
real,
not my intention.
is Auntie Rosa. 6 people. A full 6 people had their lives taken from them and are lying in this room. Maybe I had cried myself out before I fell unconscious. The scene before me was still terribly painful, but I was somehow able to look at it without losing my head. I can't believe Ange is gonna be adopted by a dead aunt. No! So, I'd already felt all the sadness I could at my parents' death. The next emotion that rose up inside me was a desire to check and see that everyone else was okay. In that instant, Ange heard a scraping sound. Thinking she must have imagined it, she was about to relax when she heard the sound once more. It was probably coming from the door. Someone was clawing at the door from the outside. Of course, she had no way of knowing who it was. However, for some reason, as long as she doesn't get blowed up, that is still a possibility, oh no. However, for some reason, she was sure that it was that black cat scratching at the door. The black cat was telling her to leave this room. Ange understood and put her hand on the doorknob. Not again. I immediately noticed something odd. The door was locked. The same bad feeling I'd felt after being locked in the parlor crawled up my spine. Okay, so if we count, I guess it's not terribly clear. I mean, it's implied, right, that the scene with Ange being locked in the parlor and then ending up in the dining hall happened before we saw the declaration of the game. But if it's part of the game, then the window shutting and locking itself behind her implies that somebody was alive in this room. She did like faint immediately, so it's possible they ran out of the room, but it's also possible that they covered themselves in blood and are pretending to be dead, right? The same bad feeling I'd felt after being locked in the parlor crawled up my spine. However, unlike the time in the parlor, this door unlocked itself easily when I turned the knob. I unlocked it and slowly opened the door. Beyond the door, I could see the dimly lit hallway and a cat dashing down it away from me. Then it stopped, its emerald eyes glittering in the darkness as though it was waiting for me to follow. The hallway was dark and dominated by an eerie silence. When the black cat saw that I was coming, it walked forward as if guiding me. I could hear nothing except the creaking of the floor, the jingling of the cat's bell, and the howling of the storm outside. The party is being held in the hall. I should be able to hear at least a little of the noise from this hallway. Maybe it got really late while I was passed out in the dining hall. It was a reasonable conclusion. Then we finally reached the main hall. The hall was frigid, and no trace of that party atmosphere remained. Could all of that fun have been just an illusion? Completely cleared out. The black cat's bell rang out. When I looked up, I saw that it had its feet on the stairway to the second floor, urging me to follow it. So if we remember, she looked in through the window and saw the party. and saw Battler, Jessica, and George, I think it was. So, those 3 have not been killed. We're not the 6 dead in that room. When I looked up, I saw it had its feet on the stairway to the 2nd floor, urging me to follow it.
2階に行くの？
Are we going up to the 2nd floor? The black cat seemed to nod, then silently ascended the stairs. Guests were allowed to go wherever they wanted on the 1st floor. The 2nd floor was Uncle Krause's family's house, and I remembered getting in trouble for trying to go up there. However, at that moment, I couldn't think of any options other than following that cat. I walked along the dark hallway with the black cat. Eventually, we reached one of the doors. The black cat scratched at the door, then turned to look at me. It must have been telling me to open it. Okay,
開けるね。
I'll open it for you. I put my hand on the doorknob and felt the resistance of a lock again. This door is locked. I turned around to tell the cat this, but inexplicably, a single key lay right in front of the cat. So it's possible that key was just laying on the ground, and she picked it up and stuck it in the keyhole. It was then that she finally noticed a strange sensation on her fingertips. Blood. Somehow Ange's fingertips were stained red with blood. Bloody key? She let out a short cry and dropped the key that she had just removed from the keyhole. She finally realized. In the darkness she hadn't noticed before, the black cat's key was covered in blood. The emotions that had gone numb in Ange sprang back. A terrified scream rang out through the dark hallway. Even so, Ange would eventually open that door. That door led to Natsuhi's room. Oh boy. Natsuhi's room was a terrible mess. Blankets and sheets were torn. Cosmetics and books lay all over the place, as though a typhoon had just ripped through it. And there were the corpses. Krause and Natsuhi's corpses lay sprawled on the floor. Tear apart the 2 who were close. Very shortly, Ange will step into this room. She will then scream in terror once more. And it isn't just the dining hall and Natsuhi's room. In the stormy rose garden, Shanon's corpse lies exposed to the rain. Okay, Kanon's gotta be missing, right? Unless this is, you get your popcorn, you got your Coke Zero, you're ready for cucks. Enjoy Gundam! Enjoy Gundam, Rowan! We're dealing with murder here. Although I'm sure there's gonna be murder in Gundam too, but yeah. Shanon's corpse lies exposed to the rain. Partway down the path to the rose garden is Jessica's corpse. When Ange finds that, she'll probably dash crying and screaming into the guest house. So, wait. Doesn't this... The path to the Rose Garden... Is this, like... From the mansion to the Rose Garden? Doesn't that imply she would have run into Jessica's corpse first before Shannon's? I don't get it. When Ange finds that, she'll probably dash, crying and screaming, into the guest house. And death awaits her inside the guest house as well. Poor baby. Just inside the front door is Nanjo's corpse. In the servant room nearby, even Goda and Kumasawa lie dead. The total number of corpses, 13. A full 13 corpses are waiting for Ange. They wait in the mansion and the guest house on this desolate Rokenjima. For Ange, exposed to the wind and rain and tormented by thunder, to find them. Where are the cousins at? Where are the cousins at? Ah! Oh wait, Jessica's dead. Where's George and Battler at? And Maria? Burns puzzle. First night. Night 1. The first twilight. Right, Bon. First twilight. The tragedy of the first twilight was discovered at 6 o'clock in the morning on the following day. Goda, who had woken up... Wait, but he's dead. Unless it's already... The first twilight. Okay. So the others weren't dead yet. Okay. 6 in the morning in the following day, so... It was the next day, I guess? When Ange woke up? Goda, who had woken up to get breakfast ready, went to check on the adult siblings, who had remained in the dining hall since the previous night because of the family conference. Talk about when you discovered the crime. What is this purple text? I don't have a... Oh, well, there is no sound effect as he's saying it out loud, but hello, purple text. The dining hall was locked up. I guess this is a more like Ace Attorney red text, like things to remember. The dining hall was locked up. Of course, there is a lock on the doors to the dining hall, but they usually remained unlocked. I knocked, but there was no answer. That's when I arrived. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Apparently this is a mystery with no BS. So I'm assuming so far that this is kind of like red text and Ace Attorney, where it's just notable, important stuff to remember. I have no idea, but that's what I'm assuming. The dining hall was locked up. Well, you got a point. That's when Kumasawa arrived. Okay. Hydrate. Thank you. Thank you. That's when I arrived. I recommended that he try unlocking the door just in case. When I unlocked the door with a master key, a terrifying sight awaited me inside.
ローザ様、そして
Eva-sama,
ゲンジさんの
Hideyoshi-sama, Rudolph-sama, Hirie-sama, Rosa-sama, and Genji-san.
計6人が血まみれになって倒れていたのでございます。
6 people in all were lying there, covered in blood, so I guess Ange hadn't crawled in yet.
それであとは大騒ぎ
A great tumult followed.
だ。全員が食堂に集まった。
Everyone gathered in the dining hall.
思い出したくもありません。
Don't want to remember it.
それぞれの親の亡骸にすがり泣き叫ぶ子供たち。
The sight of all the sobbing children crouched over the corpses of their own parents. But what about Ange?
ひょっとしたら生きているかもと。
There was a chance they might have been alive still.
みんな懸命に揺さぶってたぜ。
Everyone was shaking them desperately,
しかしダメでした。
but it was no use.
お子様方はそれぞれ自分の親が間違いなく死んでいることを確認
The death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. Okay, so Battler is the child of Hirie and Rudolph, so he counts for this. But also that doesn't count for Genji. Genji could be playing dead.
僕と南條先生、源氏様が死んでいることを。
Wait, I thought there was gonna be no bullshit. Why is Kanon here? Or I guess it could be just those two, except, you know, suddenly I'm speaking from Kanon's personality. Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed that Genji-sama was dead. Okay.
見事らしい殺され方でした。
It was such a terrible way to be killed. It's also possible that when the window shut and locked behind Ange, that person was simply, you know, hiding in the dark. And then after Ange fainted, they just had a master key, or yeah, had a master key, and shut and locked the door behind them. It was such a terrible way to be killed.
私でなくとも誰も検視は謝りません。
Doctor or not, no one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion.
犠牲者はみんな即死だったろうね。
Looks like all the victims died instantly.
食堂内を調べた結果、扉も窓も全て施錠され、密室であったことが分かった。
After inspecting the interior of the dining hall, we determined that all of the doors and windows had been locked, making it a locked room.
そして食堂内で不審なものは何も見つからなかった。
And nothing suspicious was found inside the dining hall.
もちろん食堂内に何者かが隠れているということ
Of course, there was no one hiding in the dining hall either. Well, not at the time, but somebody could have come back in there when Ange was being led there.
隠れるも何も。
Naturally.
私たちは今ここに全員がいるではないか。
All of us are here right now. What about Ange?
誰も隠れていないことは明白だ。
It's clear that no one is hiding.
でも父さん、となるとおかしいよ。
But Dad, if that's true, it doesn't make sense.
殺された6人、食堂は密室。
6 people were killed, and the dining hall's a locked room. The window was open when Ange showed up.
どうやって殺して逃げたんだ？
How could someone have killed them and escaped?
考えたくはありませんが、
I'd rather not think of it,
マスターキーを持つ使用人が怪しいでしょう。
but perhaps the servants with their master keys are the most suspicious.
6人を殺し、 マスターキーで施錠して食堂を出た。
They killed the six, then left and locked the door with their master keys.
妥当な推理だ。
It is a logical theory.
とんでもありません。
That's absurd! Since there was no chance of the culprit hiding inside the dining hall, it made sense to assume that the culprit had locked the door after committing the murder and exiting the room. Okay. Let me absorb this for a moment. It was only natural that the servants with their master keys would fall under suspicion. Sadly enough, none of the servants had an alibi. Then again, it wasn't only the servants. Everyone else lacked an alibi as well. What about Ange?
Master key 以外の方法で外から施錠する手段は
Is there any way to lock up from the outside without a master key?
存在しないわ。
No, there isn't.
これじゃダメね。
That's not enough.
赤き真実で語るわ。
I'll say it with the red truth. I thought you didn't feel like using the red truth. Burn.
すべての扉の施錠。
Whatever, Burn.
マスターキーでしか行えない。
All doors can only be locked or unlocked with a master key.
もちろん部屋の内側からはマスターキーがなくとも施錠解錠が可能。
Of course, it is possible to lock or unlock the doors from the inside the room, even without a master key. Unless you're Ange in the parlor, so someone or something was blocking the door from the outside physically. Maybe like a chair up under the doorknob or something. There you have it. Any other questions? Yeah, what about Ange? That's my question. Is she here? Shouldn't there be keys to each individual room in addition to the master keys? That's also a good question. Not in this case, I guess? Normally, those would exist. However, they'd make the game more complicated, so I've eliminated them. Well, Genji's dead, so somebody could have just taken his master key. Red Truth. Wow, Burncastle really does feel like using Red Truth. In this game, we'll consider master keys to be the only keys that exist. In other words,
このゲームに登場するすべての施錠はマスターキーでしか開け閉めができないってわけだ。
all the locks that appear in this game can only be locked or unlocked by master keys.
そうなるわね。
That's how it is.
実にシンプルなゲームだわ。
It really is a simple game.
となれば次はマスターキーの本数と所持者を確定せねばな。
In that case, we should now check the number of master keys and who holds them.
マスターキーは合計5本。
There were 5 master... Oh, wait. There were 5 master keys total.
5人の使用人が1本ずつを持っている。
One is held by each of the 5 servants.
特別な方法で管理されていて。
The keys will be managed by a particular method.
マスターキーは常に身につけられており、奪うことも譲渡することも自分以外の人間が使用することもできない。
The servants keep the master keys on their person at all times, though it is impossible for them to be stolen, handed over, or used by any human other than themselves. But what if they're dead? You can just swipe them off their corpse, can't you? What the heck? Now they're sounding less like keys and more like a fingerprinting system. That's an interesting metaphor. I guess rather than red versus blue, it's more like, yeah, this is the setting, no need to go crazy with theories. Okay, I see how it is. In other words, in the world of this game, it isn't the master keys, but the 5 servants themselves that can lock or unlock doors. Unless you're inside of a room, in which case anybody can lock or unlock the door from the inside only. Okay, okay.
源氏さんのマスターキーを回収しようとしたんだが、どうにもならなかった。
We tried to retrieve Genji-san's master key, but had no luck. Don't these two statements contradict each other? To prevent trouble later on, we destroyed Genji's master key. This was the crime of the first Twilight. The scene was the fully locked room of the dining hall. None of the servants holding master keys have alibis. Then again, no one else has an alibi either. Well, if Shannon and Kanon are the same person, that's one person with 2 master keys. So either there are 4 master keys, or... one is held by each of the 5 servants. Oh! There are 5 master keys total. One is held by each of the 5 servants. This doesn't mean if Shannon and Kanon are the same person, there could be a 5th master key held by someone else. I know that's the kind of bullshit Burns trying to avoid, but it's possible. Then again, no one else has an alibi either. The second Twilight. All right. It's for, it's time to feed good old girly Stella. So I'll be back. Yes, Stella. I'm back. I think testimony is a good way of putting it. Stretch. Oh, thank you, thank you. Ooh, twists like this is good. Alright. Everyone returned to the parlor to discuss what should be done next. The phones were out, so they couldn't contact the police. Was the mysterious culprit hiding away somewhere, planning to attack their next victim at this very moment? Or was the culprit in here with them, mentally sticking their tongue and tasting their next prey? Well, the most mean-spirited thing Berncastle could do, I think, is if Ange stowed away somehow and killed everybody, even though she's a little bitty baby 6-year-old. It's probably a bit unrealistic, but that could be like the meanest way Berncastle could go about this. Or was the culprit in here with them, mentally sticking out their tongue and tasting their next prey? None of them had alibis. And it was possible for any one of them to be a culprit. Yeah, true. There aren't any character interactions really. The characters are simply relaying their testimony to the reader, yeah. However, that tense feeling didn't last long. By midday, everyone got tired of arguing, and they decided to take a break. Well, this is written by Berncastle, and she is the one who found all of the love stuff boring as hell. The meanest solution is that everyone is playing Amogus as imposter against everyone else. Everybody killed each other. That could also be possible. Who's the culprit? Everybody. Oh! So the easiest solution to the locked room is that somebody did the lock when they were in the room. And it could have been anybody. And they all killed each other in there. So nobody left. Each murder actually by a different person. That may be the way they're going. Kraus and Natsuhi announced that they wanted to talk with each other alone and went up to the second floor. And then they killed each other. That paved the way for everyone else to start going their separate ways, some breaking away to head to the bathroom, others to gaze at the endless rain. But nobody else went upstairs? But no matter how much time passed, Kraus and Natsuhi were the only ones who didn't return. Calls were sent to both Kraus and Natsuhi's rooms, using the extension phone line, but there was no answer. Something might have happened. Oh, hi, Stella. You jumped up, but I fed you, girl. Everyone headed to Kraus's and Natsuhi's rooms together. Get it? Because they have separate rooms. And in Natsuhi's room, they found Kraus and Natsuhi lying sprawled on the floor. Madam's room was locked. It's just like the dining hall. Again, one of them could have done the door from the inside. And they just killed each other. Madam's room was locked. It's just like the dining hall. After getting everyone's permission, I unlocked the door. They have separate rooms because Kraus snores too loud. That would be the nicest way of looking at it, yeah. Oh.
部屋の中にはクラウスさんと夏日さんが倒れていました。
Kraus-sama and Natsuhi-sama lay sprawled on the floor inside the room. Dr. Nanjo checked their pulse. Then he announced that the two of them had died instantly. Correct. I confirmed both of their deaths. There can be no doubt that they died instantly.
私は何かの手がかりがないか部屋中を探し回ったよ。
I searched all over the room looking for a clue.
その結果、窓も扉も完全に施錠されていて密室だったことが分かった。
In the end, I found that the windows and doors were all locked, making it a locked room. But nobody has confirmed that for the dining hall. Funny that the method of murder is not important in this puzzle. Yeah, right? I mean, it usually isn't in a way because it's like, oh, it was magic, ahaha, right? But, but I guess, yeah, she wanted to make it as simple as possible. Or that the who done it is the only thing that matters. I searched all over the room looking for a clue. In the end, I found that the windows and doors were all locked, making it a locked room. Another locked room! And yet again! We servants who have master keys will be suspected. But have no fear. Were they moved here? Also unimportant. Right, it's just who did it. They simply are dead now. Say the body is unimportant, yeah. But have no fear. After Madame began to suspect us, we started keeping an eye on each other. All of us servants were together the whole time. All of us servants can prove an alibi for all of the other servants. Now that's interesting. So you're saying that this locked room is even more perfect. In the case of the first locked room, no one had an alibi. So for this locked room, all of them have alibis. In this world, the servants themselves are living master keys. As long as those servants have perfect alibis, locking Natsuhi's room is impossible. Unless Kraus and Natsuhi lock themselves in. Or my insane, like, oh, because there's 2 keys for Shannon and Kanon. There's a 5th key with somebody else, but that seems to be the kind of thing Burn Castle's trying to avoid. So it's probably more likely to be they locked themselves in and killed each other. As long as those servants have perfect alibis, locking Natsuhi's room is impossible. We decided to preserve the crime scene as it was. duct tape all over the outside of the doors and windows, sealing them, not duct tape. She's not even here yet. That really was your idea, huh, Bern?
きっとこの部屋に犯人の何かの手がかりが残ってるはず。
I'm sure the culprit left some sort of clue in this room.
警察が来るまで絶対
Still a potential option. Another is simply that all four of them are in on it together. That's true, that's a third option. That was the first thing I thought of, but I'm like, that's too simple, right? We made sure that no one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived.
となりゃ食堂も同じだ。
Then we did the same to the dining hall. So, if Ange was really there, did she just bust open a bunch of tape?
俺たちはさらに食堂も同様に封印した。
We also sealed the dining hall in the same way. I'm saying the same thing again, but in purple.
そもそも屋敷自体を保
Oh,
存する
poor
べきだ
Jessica. We reached the conclusion that the entire mansion itself should be preserved.
屋敷自体にも封印をし、私たちは全員ゲストハウスへ避難しました。
We also sealed the mansion itself, and all of us took refuge in the guest house.
屋敷全体に封印？
They sealed the whole mansion.
窓全部をベタベタとな。
Duct tape on all the windows.
3階の窓までかな。
They even used a ladder for the windows on the third floor?
ゲームが複雑になるので単純化するわ。
The game would get complicated otherwise, so I've simplified it.
すべての窓には鉄格子が入っており、窓からの出入りは不可能である。
Okay, this seems to prove that Ange was not there. Because she left and entered through windows. All of the windows have steel bars on them, so it is impossible to enter or leave by them. It's hard to keep track of whose purple text is what. That's true. A good thing I can always go in here and it has everybody's nameplates, right? So Ange was simply in a fucked up other world. She's not involved with the mystery. That's gonna be the kicker, just identifying the liar? Oh. Or liars. Unless they all just kill each other. Because the why done it doesn't matter, it's the who done it. And maybe she's trying to trick Battler and Beato into thinking there's only one culprit because it's usually Sayo and collaborators like bribed with money, right? But in this case, it's everybody or something like that. Except for the survivors. Unless everybody dies, I guess we'll find out. All of the windows have steel bars on them, so it is impossible to enter or leave by them. Therefore,
よって玄関と裏口の2つの扉を封印するだけで屋敷は封印できることにする。
we'll say that they can seal the whole mansion by sealing the two doors, the front one and the back one.
なるほどな。そりゃ簡単だ。
Got it. That makes it easy.
どうかな。
What do you think?
夏日おばさんの部屋にいた2人を殺すこと自体はたやすい。
Actually killing the two people in Aunt Natsuhi's room would be easy.
ノックをして開けてもらえばいいだけの話だ。
Someone just had to knock and get them to open the door.
しかし、その後に施錠ができない。
However, they couldn't lock it afterwards.
施錠は使用人にしかできない。
Only the servants can lock doors.
使用人全員には アリバイがあるぞ。
But all of the servants have alibis.
使用人全員がグルって可能性さえない。
Unless the servants are all in on it together. Just like Dan said.
俺はそれより第一の番をまだ疑ってるぜ。
More importantly, the first Twilight has me suspicious.
食堂で死んでいた6人の誰かが生きていて犯行を。
You think that one of the 6 who died in the dining hall was actually alive and committed the crime? Well, it would have been Genji if all the servants were in on it together.
エリカの影響でな。
It's because of Erika.
どうにも剣士ってやつを疑わずにはいられねえ。
I can't help but be suspicious when people are examining corpses. I know what you mean.
つまり最初の食堂の6人
So you think that one of the first 6 victims was alive?
生きていた。
ああ。
Yeah.
そしてその後クラウス夫妻を殺した。
And afterwards they killed Kraus and Natsuhi.
そして内側から施錠し室内に隠れて木を見て逃げ出したんだ。
Then they locked the door from the inside, hid inside the room, and found a good chance to escape.
筋の通った推理が。
That theory does make logical sense.
赤で語るわ。
I'll say it in red.
第一の番の犯人は確実に6人を殺している。
Interesting! The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people. So, does this culprit refer to one person? Or is the culprit of the first Twilight the 6 people in the room who killed each other and as a whole killed 6 people? Or is that too complicated? Or is it Genji and all the servants are in on it?
ならば、わらわも青き真実で追求しよう。
Then I'll take a shot with the blue truth.
密室の正体はこう。
Here is the true nature of this locked room.
犯人は内側から施錠し、
We are blue truthing.
夏日の部屋内に隠れていたのだ。
The culprit locked the door from the inside, then hid in Natsuhi's room.
そして一同が退出した後、木を見て脱出した。
Then, after everyone left, they found an opportunity to escape.
いいわ。赤で否定する。
Sure, I'll deny that in red.
一同は退出と同時に部屋を封印した。
Wait, what? The group sealed the room at the same time they left. Did anyone confirm that the seal had been broken? Or maybe Genji's just chilling in there.
その退出に犯人は加わる。
No culprit joined the group as they left. Okay, so not as they left. Genji could be chillin'.
そして夏日の部屋、食堂、屋敷のす
Okay, here we go.
べての封印は決して破られることはない。
No culprit joined the group as they left. Also, all of the seals on Natsuhi's room, the dining hall, and the mansion itself will never be broken. Genji could have killed all of them and then himself, and that would count as killing 6 people. Natsuhi's room, the dining hall, and the mansion itself. Nothing about the parlor. They will never be broken. So that confirms that Ange isn't there. Okay. Even if one of the 6 was the killer, having killed the second Twilight makes 6 people.
ってことはつまりベッドの下に隠れて後でこっそり抜け出すというトリックは使えないってことなのね。
In other words, you can't use that trick where they hide under the bed and slip out later.
面白い。
Interesting.
なかなかだぜ、ベルンカステレ。
Nice going, Burn Castle.
どうも。
Thanks. This was the crime of the second Twilight. The scene was Natsuhi's fully locked room. This time, all of the servants with master keys have alibis. The whole group, realizing the dangers of being inside the mansion, took shelter in the guest house. The fourth Twilight. Wait. What about the third Twilight? Oh wait, is that the praise my noble name? So you skip to the fourth? I think that's what it is. All those who took refuge in the guest house decided to hole up in there until the typhoon passed. There, if everyone watched everyone else, they should be able to prevent further crimes, both from inside and outside. However, they couldn't do that without any breaks until the typhoon passed. Once again, their actions left a weak point open, and they were faced with yet another tragedy.
用事で表へ出たシャノンちゃんとカノン君がいつまでも戻らないんだ。
And Kanon didn't leave a corpse! Shanon-chan and Kanon-kun, who went outside on an errand, still haven't come back!
ジョージ兄さんが騒ぎ出し、全員で外に出てシャノンたちを探すことになったんだ。
George Nissan got upset, so we all went outside to look for them.
シャノさんはバラ庭園に倒れておりました。
We found Shanon-san lying there in the rose garden.
ほいた。
Oh, poor Shanon-san.
生きてくると願ったさ。
I prayed she was still alive.
でも僕は彼女が死んでいることを認めなければならなかった。
However, I was forced to acknowledge that she was dead.
無論私も検視し、彼女の
Of
死亡を
course.
確認しま
I
した。
also examined her and confirmed her death.
二人が出かけた時、私たちはゲストハウスの戸締まりを確認するためにいろ
When
いろ
the
と
two
やっ
of
てい
them
ました。
left, we were busy checking the locks around the guest house. Alright, checking the locks around the guest house.
だから私たちにはみんなアリバイがないのです。
No, not one of us has an alibi.
僕が殺すものか。
Me? Kill her?
僕に殺せるものか。
How could I have killed her? But could you have killed Kanon? Yeah.
ジョージお兄ちゃんには殺せないね。
George Oni-chan couldn't kill her. Ooh.
その後、ジョージ兄さんにだけはアリバイがあることが分かったんだ。
Later on, we learned that George Nissan alone had an
シ
alibi.
ャノン殺しに限ってはジョージ兄さんには不可能なんだ。
At least regarding Shanon's death, it was impossible for George Nissan to be the murderer. She wouldn't want a trick here where George killed Kanon. Right?
逆に言えば、
To turn it
ジョージ
around,
の兄貴以外なら
anyone could have killed her besides George Aniki.
犯人に悪用されるのを防ぐため、
Prevent the culprit from using it for any
シャ
mischief.
ノンさんの持ってたマスターキーはその場で破壊しました。
We destroyed the master key Shannon-san had held on the spot.
シャノンが殺されると同時にカノンは永遠に行方不明となる。
At the time Shannon is killed, Kanon goes missing forever.
以後カノンは殺されたものとして扱う。
From now on, Kanon is treated as having been killed. Man, doesn't this make it really obvious, you guys?
カノンのマスターキーも破壊されたものとして扱う。
Also, Kanon's master key is treated as having been destroyed.
まあ無粋だから割愛するけど
Well, it'd be tasteless to go into it, so I won't, but...
シャノンが死んだんだからそういうことになるわよね
Given that Shanon's dead, I wouldn't really expect anything else.
つまり
In other
死
words,
体はなくとも
I'm dead.
シャ
No.
ノンとカノンは同時に殺されるという解釈でよ
In other words, we can say that Shannon and Kanon were killed at the same time, even though we're missing a corpse.
そうなるわ
That's right. Hmm.
順調に軸
So that still leaves the matter of the 5 master keys as a possible trick, but she doesn't want any tricks. Looks like the crimes are moving along. This was the crime of the 4th Twilight. The scene was the Rose Garden. There are no locks or doors. It isn't a locked room. So the master keys no longer have anything to do with this. Then the pace of the crimes began to accelerate. Fifth Twilight, 6th Twilight. The group took shelter in the guest house. They carefully sealed all doors and windows, sealing themselves in a locked room. However, several locked room murders had already occurred. Could locking themselves in a locked room do anything more than invite another tragedy? After arguing fiercely in the cousins' room about finding the culprit, they decided to go to the servant room to double-check the testimonies of Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Goda. And there, they learned that a tragedy had occurred once more. Who did? They.
大田さんも熊沢さんも
Not Goda and Kumasawa. Judging by these wounds, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san died instantly, I believe.
無駄らしい死に方です
Such a gruesome way to die.
この傷で生きてるわけあるもんか
Like hell they could survive after
知
this.
ってるよ郷田さんも熊沢さんも
Goda-san and Kumasawa-san are both dead.
戸締まり確認とか見回りとかいろいろやってたからな
Well, we have been busy, keeping a lookout and locking up and all that.
今回もまた俺たち全員
Once again, none of us has an alibi. Not a trick in this case, because even if Shan and Kanon are the same person, she just confirmed that the singular person has 2 keys and both can be accounted for. Oh, true! So there's no extra key. Okay,
そんなことはないよ
that's not true.
見て
Look,
あんな殺し方をしたら絶対に犯人は返り血を浴びるはずなんだ
considering the way they were killed, the culprit would definitely get blood spatter on themselves unless they killed each other.
でもいとこ全員もそして南條先生も返り血は浴びてないね
But Dr. Nanjo and all of the cousins have no blood on them.
私たち全員はつまりいとこ4人と南條先生には郷田さんと熊沢さんは殺せない
All of us. In other words, the 4 cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda-san and Kumasawa-san.
となれば犯人は俺たち以外の誰かであることは明白だ
This is the first time that the purple text has had redundancy with Nanjo's statement that they're dead. Yeah. Every other time the purple text said Nanjo confirmed the death, and then Nanjo says they're dead. Yeah. But in that case, it's clear the culprit is someone other than us.
何者かの侵入を疑って調べたけどゲストハウスの戸締まりは完璧だった
I guess that someone might have snuck in, so I checked around, but the guest house was still completely locked up.
犯人はや はりマスターキーを持っているのかもしれません。
Perhaps the culprit has a master key after all.
それはありえねえぞ。
That's impossible.
マスターキーはもうここで死んでる2人の2本以外存在しない。
No master keys exist anymore except the 2 keys on the 2 people who lie dead here. So they killed each other.
現存する2本のマスターキーがこうしたゲストハウス内に残っている以上
Since the 2 master keys that exist are here inside the guest
ゲスト
house,
ハウスは完璧な密室なんだ。
then that makes this guest house a perfect locked room.
完璧でないから人が死んだんだ
Well, since someone's dead, it obviously wasn't perfect. This was the crime of the 5th and 6th Twilights. The scene was the locked room known as the guest house. Goda's and Kumasawa's master keys were also destroyed, meaning that all master keys had now been lost. Now, no one could break into this locked room guest house. At least that should have been true. The 7th Twilight. This time, Dr. Nanjo was the one who was killed. He was killed in the entrance hall of the guest house. It was far too foolish of him to come here alone to check that everything was locked. He's dead! But he was out in the open. Nanjo didn't necessarily kill himself. It could have been Jessica or George or Battler or Maria. He's dead. He's been killed.
僕でさえこれは即死だったに違いないと。
Even I can say for sure that this was an instant death. Can you say for sure because you did it, George?
戸締まりは完璧だよ
Everything is locked up perfectly.
なのにどうして
How did it happen if this is a locked room?
じゃあ俺たちの中に犯人がいるってことになるぞ。
Then that means the culprit is one of us.
それはありえない。
Impossible.
状況から判断して私にもマリアにもバトラにもジョージ兄さんにも南條先生は殺せない。
Judging by the circumstances, Maria, Battler, George Nissan, and I couldn't have killed Dr. Nanjo. The guest house isn't a locked room since everyone is indoors. And so if there was an outsider committing crimes, there could be an accomplice who let them in and out and locked the door behind them. Oh, good point. Like Ange and Battler, for instance? Although, God, that'd be fucked. Maria, Battler, George Nissan, and I all couldn't have killed Dr. Nanjo.
そもそもゲストハウス内で南條先生を殺すことは不可能なんだ。
In the first place, no one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. Why is that?
しかも
Look at
これを見ろよ。
this.
つまりこいつは南條先生がゲストハウスを出ていない証拠だ。
Simply put, this is proof that Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house.
じゃあ南條先生は殺せないってことになるね
Then that means no one could kill Dr. Nanjo, right? But he's dead anyway, just like episode 3.
なんで殺されてるの
So why was he killed? No one could answer that innocent question. This was the 7th Twilight. Well, back in episode 3, my original theory was that the guy who killed Dr. Nanjo was Okanogi, who was going by Goda's name. So, if it was somebody completely new, like Ange, it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't. It wouldn't be true that no one could kill Dr. Nanjo. This was the 7th Twilight. Once again, the crime scene was the locked room known as the guest house. Various bits of evidence made this crime seem even more impossible. Then the tragedy reached the 8th Twilight, the final one. The 8th Twilight. By now... Oh, Rory Air, let's fucking go! The question for me is just, what is the rules of the purple text exactly? I have no idea. They have not mentioned it either. I assume it's testimony. Like you said, by now it was clear that holding up wouldn't keep them safe. Jessica might have chosen anger as a way to numb her fear. She flew out of the guest house in a rage, searching for the murderer that she was sure hid somewhere outside. George, Battler, and Maria hurriedly chased after her. Then, outside the building, they found Jessica lying on the ground. It was, as anyone could tell by looking, a gruesome corpse. Poor Jessica-chan. Dan, if it was Ange, it would work with what you were saying about somebody could let them in and out. I'm like, can a non-culprit be confidently wrong? Or can they only tell perfect truth? No idea. Poor Jessica-chan. She probably died instantly. There's no way she could live through this. The three of us were together the whole time! George, Aniki, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. Yeah. The three of us couldn't have killed Jessica. As if Maria-chan could kill someone. Maria-chan couldn't kill anyone. Thanks. George Oni-chan couldn't kill an adult because he has fucking noodle arms. He could kill a kid though. Damn, okay. No kids have died though, unless you mean Jessica. Oh, I don't understand it at all. What the hell is going on here? This was the 8th Twilight. The crime scene was outside. However, the three who chased after Jessica have alibis. Hold on. It is just the three of them who were alive. Oh yeah, Kinzo doesn't count. Kinzo doesn't count, so Kinzo's not factored in at all. Shannon could count as a non-adult, but he has an alibi according to Battler and Maria. Yeah, you have a point. They said with purple text that George couldn't possibly have killed Shannon. Or who said it? Who said it? Let me go back some more. Jessica says, at least regarding Shannon's death, it was impossible for George and Isan to be the murderer. Jessica said that. and Battler says anyone could have killed her besides George Aniki. However, the three who chased after Jessica have alibis. George, Battler, and Maria couldn't have killed Jessica. So, is there really someone hiding on this island apart from the Ushinomiya family? The curtain is lowered on this tale for now. That's all for my tale. It's pretty well made. You had a full-on reader. It'd stand up pretty well against Beato's games. I agree there. You did a good job. Well, the real work comes from taking this, reading it, and making it worthy of proper theater going. Making it entertaining for the people who read this visual novel. Still, I'm stumped. On the face of it, the culprit has to be some mysterious person outside the Ushinomiya family, unless it's Ange. And that would be the same as acknowledging the existence of a witch. Not if Ange stuck aboard and never got caught somehow, or Battler was in on it with her. We can also suspect the existence of some accomplices aiding the culprit. Okay, finally it's addressed. In the first place, what was all that purple text all about? A new rule? I call them purple statements. It's a rule I made to make the story a bit easier to follow. Just think of the purple statements as important spoken statements. So it is like Ace Attorney. In other words, you might be able to ignore the spoken statements that aren't purple. Uh-huh. Well, that's nice of you. Then, are the purple statements as reliable as red truth? Yes. Can you say it in red, Burn? You can think of the purple statements as having the same power as red truth. But say it in red, Burn. However, there's one exception. Okay, this is kind of fun. The culprit can tell lies with purple statements. I see. I see. To turn it around, anyone who isn't a culprit can't tell lies. So it's true unless culprit, yeah. So this might be a bit like some of the puzzles we just did. Like the one with the Higurashi girls. Because if George isn't the culprit, so this means George isn't the killer, because Jessica said the four cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Nanjo and Kumasawa-san. So this is true unless Jessica's the murderer. The guest house was still completely locked up. This is true unless George is the murderer. Let me go through these. Let me go through these. Confidently wrong is still on the table. Okay. Okay, I want to go through this again. I know they might ask her for more clarity, but... This is gonna take a bit, but... I think that's the first one with Goda, yeah. The dining hall was locked up. True, unless Goda was the culprit, but... Actually, this is confirmed by red text later, so this is fine. That's when I arrived. This is an interest. This one kind of stands out. All right, so there's a lock on the doors to the dining hall. Yeah, Ryukishi gave us a tutorial for the purple text with the 2 liar games. Yeah. That's when I arrived. I recommended that he try unlocking the door just in case, so... Kumasawa could have lied if she was the culprit, saying that, he showed up when Goda knocked, but there was no answer on the dining hall. When I unlocked the door with a master key, says Goda. Still no reason to doubt this. Kumasawa, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Hidie, Rosa, Genji, 6 people were lying there covered in blood. So this could be... okay. I'm gonna keep an eye on Kumasawa. The Great Tome of... Everyone gathered in the dining hall. So yeah, this is another one. What do you mean by everyone? If Kraus didn't do it, then I guess everyone did gather. Shannon, the death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed that Genji-sama was dead. So Genji probably was dead for real? Doctor or not, no one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion. So if Nanjo was the killer, then people could be wrong about looking at bodies. Okay. All of the victims died instantly, said Maria. After inspecting the interior of the dining hall, we determined that all of the doors and windows had been locked, making it a locked room, says Kraus. Alright, so that was the windows, okay. I'd missed that the first time around. And nothing suspicious was found inside the dining hall, says Battler. There was no one hiding in the dining hall either. So if it was George, there could be someone hiding. But everyone was there. All of us are here right now. It's clear that no one is hiding. But... confidently wrong. If there was an additional person... okay, absolutely all doors can only be locked or unlocked with a master key. Possible lock or unlock doors. Basically, the servants are keys themselves. Natsuhi says, we destroyed Genji's master key. Goda says Madam's room was locked. Shannon says, I unlocked the door. The master key. Kanon says, Kraus-sama and Natsuki-sama lay sprawled on the floor inside the room. Battler says, Dr. Nanjo checked their pulse. Then he announced that the two of them had died instantly. I confirmed both of their deaths. There can be no doubt that they died instantly. So this is just witnessing that Nanjo did this. It's not a second person's confirmation. What if we look at this from Nanjo being the killer? I found that the windows and doors were all locked, making it a locked room. This is Natsuhi's room. Kano and all of us servants were together the whole time. Kano and all of us servants can prove an alibi for all of the other servants. Maria, we put duct tape all over the outside of the doors and windows, sealing them. But Burncastle says they has iron bars, so is this a retcon? Or is Maria the killer? Jessica, we made sure no one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived. Battler, we also sealed the dining hall in the same way. Nanjo, we also sealed the mansion itself, and all of us took refuge in the guest house. Alright, so Burncastle, possibly retconning, says all of the windows have steel bars on them, impossible to enter or leave by them. Will say that they can seal the whole mansion by sealing the two doors, the front and the back one. The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people. And that's an interesting one. So, these 6 people don't even necessarily have to be, like Dan said, could be some people in the second Twilight too. Or at least 6 people. So, Beatrice, Blue Truth, Burncastle. Group sealed the room at the same time they left. No culprit joined the group as they left. This is Natsuhi's room. Okay. All of the seals on Natsuhi's room, the dining hall, and the mansion itself will never be broken. So nobody ever exited Natsuhi's room, the dining hall, or the mansion after they left. George Nissan got upset, so Jessica, we all went outside to look for Kanon and Kanon. George, I was forced to acknowledge that Shannon was dead. Nanjo, I also examined her and confirmed her death. Goda, yes, pretty much everybody. And now I'm trying to see if we can suss out if somebody's lying. Goda, not one of us has an alibi. Jessica, at least regarding Shannon Chan's death, it is impossible for George Nissan to be the murderer. This would be true unless Jessica was lying. People's statements in the past, these purple ones, could be lies. We're trying to figure it out. But the only people who were left alive at the end were Battler, George, and Maria. Anyone could have killed her besides George Aniki. We destroyed the master key. Shannon-san hit hell on the spot. Judging by these wounds, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san died instantly, says Nanjo, I believe. Such a gruesome way to die. Jessica also says Goda-san and Kumasawa-san are both dead. Battler. So you have a point there that that's the only time Nanjo's being backed up. Kinda. Ish. Battler. None of us has an alibi. Jessica, the 4 cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda-san and Kumasawa-san. Never trusted Maria, knew she was devious. Unless Jessica's the killer. But the guest house was still completely locked up. No master keys exist anymore except 2 keys on the 2 people who lie dead here, says Battler. He's dead, he's been killed! For Nanjo. This was an instant death. Everything is locked up perfectly, says Maria. Jessica says Maria, Battler, George, Nissan, and I all couldn't have killed Dr. Nanjo. George says no one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. Well, clearly someone did. So George, are you the killer? Look at this. Simply put, this is proof that Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house. That's also kind of a weird statement. Jessica-chan, George says she probably died instantly. Maria says there's no way she could live through this. Battler says George Aniki, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. Maria, yeah, 3 of us couldn't have killed Jessica. If Maria-chan could kill someone, Maria-chan couldn't kill anyone. George Oni-chan couldn't kill an adult. He could kill a kid, though. So these two statements kind of confirm George and Maria are both not killers, right? So maybe the killer is Nanjo. And then maybe Jessica killed Nanjo and then herself? Or something? Okay, let's see what they say. I see. To turn it around, anyone who isn't a culprit can't tell lies. Purple statements. These seem to be the key to Lady Berncastle's game. Yeah, that's right. I'll explain the rules for my game. The definition of culprit is one who murders. It is possible for a culprit to lie. It is possible for a culprit to lie even before committing the murder. Committing murder. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. Characters who are not culprits cannot cooperate with a culprit. So this implies there's more than one culprit, right? A culprit must carry... So there are no willing there are no willing accomplices unless that person at one point also kills someone else. So confidently wrong ruled out. A culprit must carry out all murders directly by their own hands. I mean, that can still count as killing yourself can still count, right? A culprit must not die. Okay, fine. A culprit must not die. Okay. Culprit must be among the characters appearing in the story. I'm starting to get a little stumped. Wait. Wait a second. If murder is not the same thing as suicide, then somebody could commit suicide even if they are not a culprit. And they wouldn't count as a culprit either, so they don't have to be told, they don't have to be classified as culprits because that's the only question Burncastle is asking. And all people who committed suicide must tell the truth. There can be more than one culprit. And someone who can only be an accomplice for someone else if they also murder at one point. Purple statements are as absolute as red truths. Okay. However, a culprit can lie with purple statements. Jesus Christ. Okay. That's all. Yeah, thanks, Battler. Yeah. The definition of culprit is one who murders. Makes sense. It is possible for a culprit to lie. That seems reasonable enough, too. It is possible for a culprit to lie even before committing murder. Well, no surprises there. Characters who are not culprits only speak the truth. That is one we should be grateful for. Characters who are not culprits cannot cooperate with a culprit, right? So the culprit can't use any accomplices to create an alibi. Damn, but there are a lot of instances when nobody had alibis. My guess was that someone had manufactured an alibi to cover for the culprit, but too bad for you. A culprit must carry out all murders directly by their own hands. In other words, there are no remote or indirect methods of murders like traps. Culprit must not die. In other words, no one can commit murder, set up a locked room, and then commit suicide inside it. But somebody can commit suicide if they haven't killed anyone. And doesn't it also mean that dead people can't be culprits? This is a fairly vital piece of information. Then isn't it Battler by default? Isn't it Battler by default?
犯人は登場人物の中に
A culprit must be because of the puzzle we did, right? Just simply this part where George and Maria are talking. Battler says George, Aniki, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. This could be a lie if Battler was the culprit. It also means that if a culprit is dead, then they'd have to have their deaths confirmed by another culprit. But the culprit could lie. Oh. So if the culprit, a culprit... Oh, okay. The three of us couldn't have killed Jessica. Oh. Maria says the three of us couldn't have killed Jessica. Okay, that fucks that up. Never mind. Jessica could have killed herself. So George says Maria-chan couldn't kill anyone. Maria says George Oni-chan couldn't kill an adult. He could kill a kid though. But Maria is a kid. You could say Shannon and Kanon are kids. But George wouldn't have killed Shannon. And it looks like Shannon and Kanon are being treated as sharing the same body. And it's Genji is a culprit. And Nanjo and Kanon have to also be culprits. But Kanon's been confirmed in red to be considered dead. Yeah, from now on, Kanon is treated as having been killed. So that means Kanon's not a culprit. So I guess Genji's not a culprit either? Oh, hold on. What if Kumasawa and Nanjo were in on it together? Let me look at things from that perspective. Dining hall was locked up. Knock knock, no answer. If Kumasawa was lying about that's when she arrived, maybe Kumasawa killed the 6 people in there, left the room, the red text about the first Twilight. Kumasawa has a master key. Group sealed the room at the same time they left. No culprit joined the group as they left. So, if Kumasawa killed everybody and left the room and locked it with her master key before Goda showed up, she could lie about saying that's when she arrived. She could have just been already hanging, right? Let's say Kumasawa killed everybody. Dining hall was locked up. He was like, oh no. So this statement by Kumasawa could be a lie, but not necessarily. Or one of these people, one or more of these people could maybe not be dead. Because Kumasawa lists out each of these people, right? The death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. The statement about non-culprits being able to provide alibis for culprits is also something you're not sure about. So, the death of each parent was confirmed by their own child doesn't necessarily mean all of the parents that Kumasawa said were here are here. Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed that Genji-sama was dead. So Genji was dead for sure. Doctor or not, no one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion. So if Nanjo is also a culprit, people could make mistakes. Let me look again for Kumasawa and Nanjo statements. Not something you're sure about because the second file. Yeah, that's tricky, isn't it? Okay, so Natsuhi's room was locked. Shannon unlocked the door. Kraus and Natsuhi lay sprawled on the floor inside the room. Dr. Nanjo checked their pulse, then he announced that the two of them had died instantly, but only Nanjo confirmed this. Battler's just saying what he heard from Nanjo. Nanjo said he confirmed both of their deaths. There can be no doubt they died instantly, but if he's a culprit, he could have gone ahead and killed these two. And Kumasawa could accomplice with him and lock the door after Nanjo went in and killed them. The door not actually locked trick could be used again, and in that case, only Goda and Shannon would need to be culprits by lying about the door being locked. Oh! How would the other servants provide alibis for them? Right, then they couldn't be the only culprits, right? Unless... Okay, yeah. Well, let's start one thing at a time. There could be no doubt they died instantly. Confirm both of their deaths could be a lie if Nanjo was the culprit. All of us servants... Oh, we're together the whole time. You're right! All of us servants can provide an alibi for the other servants. Oh, right. So Kumasawa wouldn't work here. Somebody else would have to get out. Unless, yeah, okay, if this door was lied about being locked, Shannon and Jessica? If it was Shannon and Jessica, then Shannon could absolutely get into the first room, kill everybody. Alright, let's look at statements that Shannon or Kanon could possibly lie about. death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. So it's possible not everybody was dead, but they could have been. Because it's possible they lied, but it's not necessarily. Anjo and I confirmed that Genji-sama was dead. They could have all been dead. All the victims died instantly. Alright. So we're looking for Jessica and Shannon. And Kanon. Shannon. After getting everyone's permission, I unlocked the door. Could be a lie. If it was just not locked, like Dan said. Shannon could have pretended to unlock the door. So then, Jessica found that all the windows and doors were all locked, making it a locked room. So, well, Jessica could become a culprit. Oh wait, no, Jessica killed her parents. Because the servants were all together the whole time. Oh wait, no. Shannon said that. All of us servants, Shannon and Kanon are the ones who provide the alibi. And since Shannon and Kanon are the same person, they can't provide an alibi. Kumasawa and Goda say, we started keeping an eye on each other, but that doesn't mean perfectly. Okay. It could have still been Shannon who killed them. We made sure no one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived. Well, the police are never gonna arrive. They all went outside to look for them. Could be a lie. Somebody could have stayed behind. So Jessica killed Shannon. Regarding Shannon's death, it was impossible for George Nissan to be the murderer. This could be a lie. So maybe George, Jessica, and Shannon? So George killed Shannon. And anyone could have killed her besides George Aniki. So if Battler's not a culprit, it would be Jessica that killed her. And then Inside. I guess Jessica killed Goda and Kumasawa too? Nobody has an alibi. So Jessica could have killed them. Jessica would be lying here. The four cousins Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda-san and Kumasawa-san. Jessica could be lying here. The guest house was still completely locked up. Could be true. He's dead. He's been killed. Even I can say for sure this was an instant death. Everything's locked up perfectly. Maria, Battler, George Nissan, and I all couldn't have killed Dr. Nanjo. Again, it's Jessica saying this. It could be a lie. No one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. Again, weird thing to say. Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house. That's reasonable. Did George kill him? Now that Nanjo's dead, let's see, who confirms Jessica's dead? Probably died instantly. There's no way she could live through this. He. What does that mean? Did Maria and George kill people too? So they couldn't have killed Jessica. She's alive. Three of us couldn't have killed Jessica. That's because she's alive. She's pretending to be dead. Maria-chan couldn't kill anyone, which means... I guess this means Jessica's not a killer. Oh, fuck. Alright, no, George could be lying. George could be lying because he could be a killer. God damn it. George Oni-chan couldn't kill an adult. He could kill a kid, though. He. So in that case, if George was to kill anyone, it would have had to have been Kano and Shannon. So who said that this is turning my brain into mush? I guess Berncastle did do a good job. Jessica says it's impossible. Battler says it's impossible. Okay, so if they all... But then Maria says... Okay. So basically, if all of the survivors plus Jessica took turns killing somebody, this may be able to work, right? Okay, let's start from... Let's assume... Wait. Let's assume Shannon doesn't kill anybody else apart from the first 6. So Shannon can lie. I'll say Kanon's telling the truth, probably. Probably. So, any of the cousins could have done this. With Shannon's assistance. So let's say Maria or Jessica or Battler could have killed Kraus and Natsuhi. Or in fact, we need to account for 4 deaths, right? A lot more than 4 other people die. So it could be one of those 3 killed these 2 and then left. Shannon lied about unlocking the door. This retcon could be a lie if Maria killed somebody. We made sure no one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived. We also sealed the dining hall in the same way. We all went outside to look for them. Could be a lie. George killed Shannon. Or anybody could have, if Maria has also killed someone. I don't see anything contradicting. Oh wait, Shannon can't be dead if she's a culprit. Right, let me go back to Shannon's bit. And Nanjo? No, but he doesn't have a key either. So if I assume Nanjo's always telling the truth, what servant could assist the cousins and pretend to be dead? So let me see. Nanjo. I believe. Like how they could survive after this, but I believe Goda-san or Kumasawa. So Kumasawa was lying about that being when she arrived. So either Goda or Kumasawa. The four cousins and Dr. Nanjo. Oh, but she's cousin. They could all be lying about Nanjo being dead, but maybe he is dead. This could work if maybe Kumasawa and Goda wait, so the servants' room wasn't locked, right? Or else they had no way to open it. Right? They went to the servant room, it wasn't locked. Nanjo wasn't completely sure they were dead. He thinks they were dead. So let's see, aside from the first 6, 7 other people die. Or rather, if Jessica's death is fake, 6 other people die. 1 person each for Jessica, Battler, George, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa to kill is perfectly 6. Alright, that's my theory. Goda, Kumasawa, and the 4 cousins are all culprits, and Goda and Kumasawa's deaths are fake. That's my theory. Anyway, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Let me know what your theories are. Alright, I'm back. So, let's double check this bit. Characters who are culprits cannot cooperate with the culprit. Okay, I don't think my thought contradicts anything, as far as I can tell. If Kumasawa, Goda, Jessica, Battler, George, and Maria are all culprits, and Jessica, Goda, and Kumasawa didn't really die. Okay, that's what I'm thinking right now. A culprit must be among the characters appearing in the story.
未知の人物が島に紛れ込んでってのは
So no mysterious strangers sneaking onto the island. No Ange.
登場人物は金蔵を除いたいつものお約束の17人
The appearing characters are the same old 17 people after Kinzo is removed.
それ以外は登場しないし関係ない
No one else appears in the story, though no one else matters.
紫の赤き真実と同じ価値
Purple statements are as absolute as red truths.
犯人の紫の発言で嘘がつき
However, a culprit can lie with purple statements.
これが厄介であるな
Now here's a troublesome one.
ゲームの肝ってところだろうぜ
This could be the heart of this
それ
game.
でゲームの前提とやらは終わりか
Is that all for this game's premises?
最後に付け加えるとしたら朗読者は嘘をつかない
Besides that, I guess there's only the reader will tell no lies.
セリフでないとがき部分に嘘は存在しないということに
In other words, there are no lies in the non-dialogue narrative text.
やってもよかったけれどゲームが複雑になってめんどくさいし
I could have done that if I wanted, but it'd be a pain and make things complicated.
魔女の特権を自ら手放す
So, you willingly abandon a witch's privileges. You seem quite confident.
それでも勝てるつもりなんだろうぜ
She probably plans to win despite that.
私からは以上で全てよ
That's all from me.
これ以上何の質問もヒントも出すつもりはない
I don't intend to give you any more hints or answer any more questions.
立ち会い人として最後に改めて宣言するわ
Okay, hold on. So it's 14 people who die in all, if you count Shannon and Kanon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Alright, so there's the 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Which leaves the geese 1, 2, 3 remaining. So besides the initial 6, who were all killed by one person, there were 14 remaining. Each culprit had to have killed one person. So they're up to 7 killers, right? No, that's not true. 14 minus the 6 is 8. So 4 killers. In order to kill 4 other people? There is no word bossing say. I might need a pen. This might not even be right, but this is the way that makes it easier. This is the easiest way to explain this. All right. Okay, so okay, so 14 dead, 8 others die, 7 if you don't count Kanon. So we need, in order to be a culprit and therefore be an accomplice, there can be, so there's 1 person for these. So there can be 3 others. Maximum, I suppose. If you count Shano and Kanon as one body, which I think they are. So the 3 others would presumably be Battler, George, and Maria. So either Goda or Kumasawa is dead. So let me look back at them. And if Jessica's dead for real, this might fuck some stuff up. Uh-oh. So one servant killed the 6 in the beginning. And there can be a maximum of 3 others who can be in cahoots. So that means one of the cousins is innocent. And that Kumasawa and Goda couldn't both have been accomplices. So So no culprit joined the group as they left, I interpret as the culprit arrived with everybody else beforehand. So I think what makes the most sense is a servant killed the 6 ahead of time. So let's go back to Kumasawa and Goda's statements. For the beginning. I'm not back enough. Sorry if this is terribly boring to watch. I'm trying to reason, which is the name of the game, kind of metaphorically. The dining hall was locked up. That's when I arrived. If my theory is true, one of these statements is by a culprit. One of these has to be true. Both of them could be true. So let's assume Goda was a killer. He could be lying about dining hall locked up. I unlocked the door with the master key. Goda's never been a culprit. I should also look over the narration again for snaps. Goda, who had woken up to get breakfast early, went to check on the adult siblings. Could check on them and then kill them. And then, no chance of the culprit hiding inside the hall. It made sense to assume the culprit had locked the door after committing the murder and exiting the room. Only natural that the servants, with their maskies, would fall under suspicion. None of the servants had an alibi. It wasn't only the servants, nobody had an alibi. Okay. Fully locked room of the dining hall. So, since this is not a lie, it was indeed locked. Cross and Natsuhi didn't return. Yoda says Madam's room was locked. Shannon said I unlocked the door. I think it's pretty easy. I think we can probably say it was locked. Or let me think. All of us servants were together the whole time. All of us servants can prove an ally for all of the other servants. Nanjo confirmed both of their deaths. Okay, this one is tough. My head's starting to hurt. I'll just keep going for a bit. As the observer, I'll proclaim this once
以上
again.
の情報で犯人が特定できることを保証する。
I guarantee that it's possible to identify the culprit with this information. Yeah, my brain's starting to hurt. I'll just keep going.
よし
Okay,
了解した
got it.
腕が鳴るぞ。
I can't wait to get started.
そなたと共にまた同じミステリーに挑めるとはな。
I can't believe the two of us are going to take on the same mystery together once more. Aww. When they read the mystery novels together, their little book club. Yeah.
楽しませてもらおうぜ
Let's make the most of it. Do you have any other ideas, Dan?
Working my way backwards.
Oh, that's what you're doing over there? You can turn on the kitchen light or the bathroom light in there if you want more light.
Nanjo allows a lot of. If Nanjo is a killer, by definition, all of the cousins.
Yeah. But Nanjo doesn't have a key is the issue.
Okay, but we also deal with it.
Yeah. So Dan's on the case. He's got paper and pen. This is a real game between you and me. I recommend finding some paper and something to write with. It's just what it said. It's what it just said. I mean, yeah, I've got paper and pen. Damn. Oh, wait. You're right. Wait, this is, it's just regular, like, text? This is Ryukishi talking to us. This is a real game between you and me. Isn't that kind of what you said? Yeah,
Magic real.
This is a game between you and me. I recommend finding some paper and something to write with. That is, if you really intend to fight me. Alright. He's inviting you to fight him, Dan.
Alright, never mind. I get.
What?
With this.
What? You don't want to go along with what he wants? Aww. Isn't this more fun? That is if you really intend to fight me. Oh god. My brain. If you do get completely stuck, maybe you should listen in on Battler and Beato's reasoning. It is going to be multiple choice. Fuck. I do want to listen in on their reasoning, actually. We'll have those be hints for when you get absolutely stumped and can't move forward. Still, I'd rather fight you one-on-one. Okay. Ryukishi, please let me be. My brain is Swiss cheese. If you plan to enjoy our little duel, then try defeating me by your own power alone without relying on hints. What do you think, Dan? Should we be shut into different rooms, or should I simply not read the Banto and Battler hints out loud?
Don't worry about it.
You sure?
If I cared enough, I.
Oh.
I could work my way.
Uh-huh.
Here's the big thing. Keep like stuff.
One.
First to dealing with
Keys.
It's a red Texas. Whoever did first Twilight committed.
It's 6 murders.
Second one being.
I thought that one was rather easy. It could just be a servant.
But. Red Texas. Nobody left. No murder.
I know, I thought that might have been, they were all the group that arrived.
Yeah. So, if there was someone,
Uh-huh.
there's some bullshit you could get around it. Was that?
But nobody could have left.
Other one is just, I'm like, if this is, and then the other one is, how did the door get locked?
How'd the door get locked for a second? Like, that is, for me, where I'm stuck. Okay. I'm gonna listen to the hints and not read them out loud. Good luck, Dan. And me. So, let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? Enjoy this game that I've created just for you. Oh God. The thing is, reasoning through all these things doesn't sound like terribly great stream content for y'all. I'm so sorry. Whoa. Oh my God. We're resurrected replaying. Okay, time to save. Umineko with interactivity. I can reread the story. I can check the rules. I can browse the purple by person and chapter. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Shit, maybe I should. Fuck. What does it look like if I identify the culprits? And I can pick as many or as few as I want. Okay, cool. Want to go back? Okay, ooh. This is cool! Okay, I'm gonna browse purple by person. So, assuming, let's, from what I was already saying, let's assume the people I assume to be dead, let's assume they're telling the truth. Everyone gathered in the dining hall. After inspecting the interior of the dining hall, we determined that all the doors and windows had been locked, making it a locked room. Dining hall first thing was locked. No one is hiding. Therefore, the culprit left the room. And it was locked, so it was a servant who killed those 6. We could destroy it. Genji's master key is literally all Natsu has to say. Okay. So, Jessica has a lot of statements. If we assume that Jessica is not a killer, let's see how this works. I found that the windows and doors were all locked, making it a locked room. For the second twilight. We made sure that no one else would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived. So, which means if Natsui and Kraus weren't dead, they would not be able to leave. Okay. Fourth twilight, Shannon Kanon. We all went outside to look for them. With Shannon, it was impossible for George to be the murderer. Goda and Kumasawa are both dead. The four cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda and Kumasawa. Nanjo's dead. He's been killed. Maria, Battler, George, Nissan, and I all couldn't have killed Dr. Nanjo. There's gotta be some lies in here. I'm not willing to let you go, Jessica, just yet. Nanjo. Oh! Hold on. The original 6 are blocked out. I think the game is... I think the initial 6, yeah. So I think the game's explicitly telling us Eva, Hideyoshi, PDA, Rudolph, Genji, and Rosa dead. But it also might be saying that because they have no dialogue, but they are in red. Nanjo. Doctor or not, no one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion. I confirmed both of their deaths. There can be no doubt that they died instantly. For, second Twilight. We also sealed the mansion itself. All of us took refuge in the guest house. Oh, so, Shano and I examined her and confirmed her death. Judging by the wounds, Goda and Kumasawa died instantly, I believe. Judging by these wounds. Oh, I believe in this one is not considered purple. That's a discrepancy. Okay. So, rather, we should judge that Kumasawa says Goda-san, Kumasawa-san died instantly. Okay. So if Nanjo is not a killer, then dead for sure are the original 6, and anybody who examines a body and confirms something who's not a culprit is telling the truth. Natsuhi and Kraus dead for sure. Nobody got left behind nobody alive got left behind in the mansion. Nanjo examined, confirmed Shannon's death. Goda and Kumasawa also dead for sure. So the ones not specifically, assuming Nanjo's not a killer, the ones not explicitly examined by Nanjo are, that don't include the first 6, would be, well, Kano, and we probably shouldn't count. Himself. And Jessica. That's it. Those are the only ones he can't confirm are dead. If he is telling the truth. What about George? First Twilight, there was no one hiding in the dining hall. Unknown's death, I was forced to acknowledge that she was dead. Fifth, Sixth Twilights. Guest house was still completely locked up. Seventh Twilight. This was an instant death. No one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. She probably died instantly. So hold on a second. If there's no way, I mean, there could be a way, but if we go with the easy answer that a servant killed the 6 in the dining hall, Nanjo's basically confirming the death of every single other servant except for Kanon, who we should consider dead because of special circumstances. So, if Nanjo's telling the truth, then a servant could not have killed the first 6. Several people were talking about the first door being all right. Kraus is like there. It was locked. George's like nobody was hiding. Valor's like nothing suspicious there. Maria's like all the victims died instantly. Those 6 were laying there covered in blood, says Kumasawa. Dining hall was locked up, says Goda. Dr. Nanjo and I confirmed Genshi-sama was dead. The death of each parent was confirmed by their own child. Okay, everybody who says... Okay, since Kraus says... I think it's pretty safe to assume Kraus dies. Right? In which case... it would be impossible if it wasn't a servant. Right? Who says no one was hiding? George. Somebody could have been hiding in there, maybe. Battler, if these 2 are killers, nothing suspicious in the dining hall, nobody was hiding, somebody could have been. Goda says dining hall was locked up. No one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion. Ah, my brain. Fuck it. I'm gonna look at the hints and not read them out loud. Alright, so if you want to see the hints, watch.
Murasakiの発言とやらが厄介であるな。
赤き真実並みに重要な発言だってことは分かってるんだ。だが犯人の嘘が混じってる。
針が混じってるかもしれないパンをそのまま丸飲みにして食べるバカはいないわ。
すべての紫を鵜呑みにしていると全く真相が見えてこない。
針の混じったパンか。いい例えだな。せっかくの貴重な情報も一粒の嘘のせいで台無しってわけだ。
この大量の紫の中のどれが一体嘘なのか考えるだけで頭が痛くなるというものよ。
Same.
ならここでチェス盤をひっくり返してみようじゃねえか。
ほうというと
簡単な話さ。どれが嘘かじゃない、どれは確実に真実かってことに注目するんだ。
確実に真実とわかる紫など存在。
それを探すんだ。絶対に犯人じゃないと確定できるやつを探す。それを見つけることができればそいつの紫の発言は全て赤き真実と同じってことになるんだ。
なるほど。犯人を探すのではなくまずは絶対に犯人でない人物を探すというわけか。基本であるな。
そういうことさ。必ずいるはずだ。丹念に探してみよ
まずは第一歩というところね。
お手並み拝見といくわ。
That's it? Is there more than one? There is!
絶対に犯人でない人物とはどういうことだろ
う。ルールに犯人は死なないってのがある。つまりひでえ話だが死んだ奴は信用できるってことになる。
ほう、それはわかりやすい。ほとんどの人物は殺された。それらの人物の紫は全て信用できるというわけか。
Not so fast.
ところがそう簡単な話じゃない。俺とお前のゲームでもたびたび問題になった死んだふり問題ってのがあるんだ。
どの犠牲者も皆検視をしているではないか。南條も紫で誰も検視を誤らないと断言している。
南條先生が犯人だったらそれも当てにはならねえぜ。一見どの犠牲者も検視されているように見えるがどの死亡確認も紫発言だ。 100% じゃない。
では誰の死ならば信用できると
Yeah,
いう。
this is what I was wondering.
とにかく犠牲者全員の検視をもう一度見直すんだ。紫発言なんてあやふやなものじゃなくて絶対確実に死んだ人間を探すんだ。
Got something? Oh no. Yeah?
There's ambiguity. Let's go.
Alright, let me see.
So it starts off from the fact that because Nanjo has examined all 5 servants,
Mm-hmm.
Because Nanjo has examined all 5 servants, he has to either be a culprit because they locked a door behind them, or both of the locked doors have someone who's not dead.
Okay.
If he is, then George and Jessica have to be killers because they confirm his death, and George and Maria have to be killers because they confirm Jessica's death. So at the minimum, and then you also can't have too many murderers because of the red text that says the first killer killed 6 people.
Yeah.
So at the absolute most, you can only have 6 killers.
I was figuring with Kanon, it was more like 4 killers.
Is there? We start with 17, right?
Yeah. 16 if you don't count Kanon.
Count Kanon, yeah. That take away 5. That would...
If you take away 6.
Well, the first killer is. So then you would divide 11. Oh yeah, you'd need to have only 5 killers.
Or 4. Yeah, that's what I worked out here.
Yeah. So there could only be one servant who is the killer, but
exactly.
I can't use the death confirmation to confirm who of them is that, because all of the previous, if Nanjo is a killer, then all of the other servants are confirmed killed by the same people who confirmed that Nanjo is killed.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help.
Yeah.
The only thing that would help would be any statements that are lies. And of course, that still doesn't deal with the issue of the second Twilight having the purple text that says that all of the servants have alibis for one another.
Which is tricky because it's Kanon and Shannon say that.
Yeah. That being said, count Kanon and Shannon. Add an extra. But then it would be Kanon, Shannon, and Goda. Then Kanon and Shannon are both not dead. That doesn't work either. The only way that would work if the door wasn't locked, or the door was locked, but then there was another killer who was confirmed by Nanjo, but he doesn't. That would make 6. Oh,
I mean, I know it's the kind of thing she wanted to avoid, but it could be like, if Shannon was in control, she's the killer and Kanon's not.
I guess that would.
But then Kanon's confirming the alibi for all the servants.
Yeah. Which would mean, in that case, we're still relying on that result being that Nanjo lied about either Natsuhi or Kraus being dead. They're the one who killed the other. Mind blowing.
And just stay there for the rest of...
And then just stay there.
That might be easier to explain, actually.
But it still doesn't determine who is the one who locked the door, or
the first one. Yeah, that one at least had like several people being like, oh, it's locked, but Alright, so if there could be 5 killers maximum. By
Actually, let me see
chapter.
the...
Of this?
Yeah, just list of people. So there's 6 who are dead. That's fine.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, 5 killers at night.
Okay, do you need to see any of these other ones?
Yeah, that's where I'm at right now.
Okay, so I haven't looked at Browse Purple by chapter yet. 6 corpes!
6 corpes!
Corpes! The dining hall was locked up. That's when I arrived. Goda unlocked the door with the master key. Wait, the only one who says it was locked is Goda? No, I could have sworn. Checking the corpses. Oh wait, this is all first Twilight. Never mind. People who say the dining hall was locked. Goda. Kraus. If Kraus killed Natsuki, how come?
Actually, no. Because...
Okay, so if Kraus killed Natsuki later, but then we wouldn't. Goda and Kraus would both have to be killers. Would that be a bit too much with the cousin?
Yeah.
If Nanjo's a killer.
And only have enough.
Yeah.
So, 3 of the cousins.
Who's the cousin who isn't a... Huh?
Battler. The only one who doesn't confirm.
Oh! Battler says a bunch of shit, though.
Yeah. Doesn't confirm. Yes.
But...
Besides his own brothers.
Both of his parents, yeah. Alright, so if Battler's not a killer, then these are true. Nothing suspicious was found inside the dining hall. Dr. Nando checked the pulse, announced that he died. We sealed the dining hall. Anyone could have killed Shannon besides George. So, if Battler's not a killer, then George must have not killed Shannon. 5th and 6th Twilights, none of us has an alibi. No master keys exist anymore except for the 2 people who lie dead here. Then that means Goda and Kumasawa are dead.
Well, that's also true.
Dr. Nanjo didn't leave the guest house. George, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. Which could be true if Jessica was alive. So, that means Goda confirms that the door is locked. Unless Battler's a killer. Actually, Goda confirms that both of the first two crime scenes are locked. Goda and Battler would both have to be killers in order for the first two rooms to have not been locked. Unless Nanjo's a killer. Well, no, that's not true. Somebody still needed to have locked the oh my god. Okay. I'm gonna read the next hint silently.
そうか、わかったぞ。バトラ、トガキだ。セリフ以外のトガキ部分に嘘はないことになっていたぞ。
ああ、俺も今気づいたとこだ。ベルンカステレは赤き真実でトガキ部分には嘘がないことを宣言している。
あら、気づかれちゃったみたいよ。
気づかなくちゃ始まらないわよ。
トガキで死亡を宣告されている奴はおらぬか。そいつは本当に死んでいると断言できることになる。
Oh, that's true. I should have checked instead of being lazy.
そしてそいつは自動的に犯人でないということになる。
のみならず、そやつの紫は信頼できるということになる。
トガキで死亡を語られている人物を探してみよう。横たわっていたみたいな、生きているようにも死んでいるようにも見える曖昧な表現でないやつもだ。
頭からもう一度探すぞ。
Okay. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna read through the whole thing again. Oh, at least they separate it by twilights. So I guess this counts as revealing a hint, but I'm basically going through to see who the narration says is dead. Since the narration was said in red to be the truth. So I'm looking for people the narrative explicitly says is dead.
見事らしいポスターしてなくと
犠牲者
食堂の様子、
そしてもちろん
隠れるも私たちは今誰も隠れていない。
でも父さん、殺された6人、食堂はどうやって考えました。
So many people yapping in this scene. Since there was no chance of the culprit hiding inside the dining hall, it made sense to assume that the culprit had locked the door after committing the murder and exiting the room. Only natural that the servants with their master keys would fall under suspicion, and none of the servants had an alibi. It wasn't only servants, everyone had the alibi as well. Nothing explicitly saying who is and isn't dead.
赤き真実すべもちろん。
だそう。他に質問は？
マスター。
本来ならそうでも赤きします。
つまりこのゲーム。
そう実に。
となれば。
マスターキー5人特別マスター。
なんそれはもう。
Okay. Find.
源氏さんのマスター。
後の。
This was the crime of the first Twilight. The scene was the fully locked room of the dining hall. Dining hall is for sure locked. None of the servants holding master keys have alibis. No one else has an alibi either. Okay, let's look at second Twilight. We might find more hints here. Kraus and Natsuhi lying sprawled on the floor. Doesn't say they're dead.
皆さんの許可を部屋の中には
南條先生はい私が2人の部屋間違いなく
私はその結果
またしても
奥様に疑う
私たち
They're looking for more narration.
こりゃ面白い。今度はさらに
最初の密室、そして今度の密室。この世界でその使用人たちは
僕たちが
外からきっとこの部屋に警察が来るまで
隣俺たちはさらに
Hi, Shanna.
そもそも屋敷自体も
屋敷全体窓全部をはしごをかけて
ゲームすべての窓4つ玄関と裏。
なるほどな
どうか
夏日おばさんノックをしてしかし
世情は使用人全員
使用人全員俺はそれよ
食堂で死んでいた6人
りエリカどうにも
つまり
ああそしてうち、
赤でか第一の
なら密室の正犯人そして
いいの一そのそして
ってことは
なかなか
どう
Okay. The scene was Natsuhi's fully locked room. This time all of the servants have alibis. Everyone took shelter in the guest house. So no confirmation that Kraus and Natsuhi are dead. I mean, no narration confirmation. So let's read about Shannon and Kanon. We know Kanon's dead, so let me just double check that. The text says that Shannon's dead.
用事で表へ出たシャノンちゃんとカノン君だ
ジョージ兄さん
シャノンさん
生きててくれても僕カノ
2人が出かけた時だから
僕がこの
We
奥に
need
殺せる
narration.
ジョージお兄さん
その後シャノン殺しにか
逆にジョージの兄貴
犯人にシャノンさん
Come on.
シャノンが恋をカノンのなし
まあシャノンが
There was like no narration in that part.
そうなる
順調に
This was the crime of the fourth Twilight. Scene was the Rose Garden. No locks or doors. Not a locked room. So no confirmation on Shannon either? Huh. Fifth and sixth Twilights.
この傷
Alright,
死んでる
looking
よ
for another.
戸締まり確認今回もまた
そんなことはないリーダーがあんな殺し方をした。
でもいとこ
私たち全員は
Looking for another dialogue. I mean, a narration.
それはありマスターキー
現存するにゲストハウスは
完璧で
This was the crime of the 5th and 6th Twilights. The scene was the locked room known as the guest house. Goda and Kumasawa's master keys were also destroyed, meaning that all master keys had now been lost. Now, no one could break into this locked room guest house. At least that should have been true. Ah! Dr. Nanjo was the one who was killed. He was killed in the entrance hall of the guest house. Nanjo is innocent. Everything he says is true. It is far too foolish of him to come. Everything Nanjo said is true. So if we start from there, let's see.
僕で
戸締まりは完璧だよ。密室なのにどうして？
じゃあ俺たちの中
状況から判断
そもそも静まり来い。
じゃあなのに
Now let me just double check to see if it says Jessica's dead or not. Found Jessica lying on the ground. It was, as anyone could tell by looking, a gruesome corpse. Jessica's dead! Unless it's somebody else's corpse and not Jessica. No, they found Jessica lying on the ground. It was, as anyone could tell by looking, a gruesome corpse. So if Jessica and Nanjo are innocent, what does this say? Okay. This was the 8th Twilight. The crime scene was outside. However, the three who chased after Jessica have alibis. George Butler and Maria couldn't have killed Jessica. Wait, that's said to be truth. So somebody from before killed Jessica. So is there really someone hiding on this island apart from the Ushinomiya family? Okay. Okay. So, assuming... Right. So, true. Second Twilight, all the windows and doors are locked. We made sure no one would be able to enter or leave that room until the police arrived. So even if Kraus and Natsuki was alive, they couldn't leave. George got upset, so we went all outside to look for them. Everybody went outside to look for Kanon Shannon. George did not kill Shannon. Goda and Kumasawa are both dead. So that means what Goda and Kumasawa say too are also the truth. The four cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda-san and Kumasawa-san. Well, then who the hell leaves the mansion? Maybe we shouldn't assume that the first 6 are dead. Kinda have to, yeah. I think they're just red on the chart because they don't have any dialogue. Everyone examining a body is true unless culprit. Okay. Kraus. And each child confirmed their parent's death, but if they were a culprit, they could have been lying about their parent being dead. Natsuhi and Kraus both dead. So that means... So what Kraus says is true. Everyone gathered in the dining hall. Everything's locked. No one was hiding. Master Key. Jessica says it's true. Yeah, we went over that. Okay, so. Hanon and Shannon are not confirmed to be dead. Hanon's confirmed to be dead.
No.
Oh shit, you're right. Sorry. You're right, you're right. Who says that, no culprits joined them after they left? somebody could have snuck into the guest house. But the problem is leaving the mansion. Hello, Peach Tea. I'm suffering. So since these three's parents, these three could have lied about their parents, that means that, okay, so the person who escaped killed 6 people. So there can't be too many killers, but it's hard to suss out who among the parents in particular it could be an additional killer. I need to check the red text again. This is a part that definitely benefits from having a lot of people to bounce ideas off. Oof. Well, I only am really bouncing ideas off of Dan. We're doing our best. I haven't looked at all the hints yet, but I'm trying to not be silly.
そこに毎日のことエヴァさん計6
This time I need to double check red text, which they didn't have listed. The
食堂内そしてもちろん隠れるもんな私たちは今誰も隠れてい
でも父さん殺された6人食堂はどうやって殺してに
考えたくはありマスターキーを持つ
6人の妥当な死
とんでもありません
all of this, if all of the servants are by definition innocent, somebody's parent had to have been alive. But how do they get out? Because Burncastle has some red truth.
会場はもちろんだそうよ他に質問マスターキーの他本来ならでも赤き真珠マスターキー以外の鍵は
つまりこのゲーム
This is just the key
そう
stuff.
なるわ実にシンプルな
となればマスターキーは5人特別な
Key
マスター
stuff.
キーは常に身につけられており奪うことも
なんだそれはもはや
もうもつまり
源氏さんのマフ
後のトラブルを呼ぼう
Okay. Give me red text. Give me red text. We're making progress. We've confirmed a good portion of people who are for sure dead. But hydrate, thank you. But this implies that somebody who we thought was like the first 6 dead in the dining hall escaped. And I think there was some red text contradicting that, so I want to check again to see if who it was, and also confirm whose parent did some killing. Can't even trust the dead to remain as such. Exactly. I need some red text.
奥様の食堂の時と同じです。
So they talked about nobody was hiding, but if somebody... But they didn't exactly check either, so... If somebody, could sneak out of the dining hall, but they get sealed in here. Shit.
私が2人では間違いなく。
私はその結果窓も扉も
またしても
奥様に疑われて
私たち
僕と
これ今度はさ
Come on, Burn, give me the red text.
きっと警察だ。
隣俺たちはさらに
その屋敷自体
屋敷全体に窓全部をはしごをかけて
ゲームが全ての窓には鉄格子が入っている。よって玄関と裏口の2つの扉を封印するだけ。屋敷は封印。
They can seal the whole mansion. They can seal. Doesn't say they did.
なるほどな。
Who says they sealed the mansion? They have to be lying.
夏日おばさんの部屋にいた2人を殺すこと自体はたやすい。ノックをして開けてもしかし
施錠は使用人に使用人全員。
使用人全員。俺はそれより
食堂でした。
エリカどうにも。
つまり
ああ、そしてうちが
赤で語る第一の番の犯人。
Culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people. This is presumably apparent. It's apparent that it's apparent.
ならば、わらわも青き死密室の正体。
Hi, Stella.
犯人は内側から施錠し、そして
いいわ。一度。
Okay. The group sealed the room at the same time they left. No culprit joined the group as they left. All of the seals on Natsuhi's room, the dining hall, and the mansion itself will never be broken. All of the seals on them. It doesn't explicitly say that Natsuhi's room or the mansion is sealed. Wait, the group sealed the room at the same time they left. The culprit locked the door from the inside. No, this is about Natsuhi's room. I had the wrong assumption. The culprit locked the door from the inside, then hid in Natsuhi's room. Oh, wait. No, this is about the 6 people. It's about the 6 people. Then, after everyone left, they found an opportunity to escape. I got it. If there were 2 parent killers. Wait. I'm gonna write this down so I don't forget. Not, I'm assuming from context she's talking about the dining hall is sealed. No culprit joined the group as they left. All seals never will be broken. So let's go over the statements about
ってことはつまりベッドの下に
なかなかだぜ。
どう
okay, let's see. Oh shit, the red text was in the things by chapters. I didn't have to go through all of that. Sorry to waste you guys' time. The red text is in this section. You have 69 goom drops right now. Nice. Nice. This seals on the room is a fucker. Okay. Let's talk about seals. Maria could be lying. Huh? What?
Okay, so.
Uh-huh.
3.
3.
I was like, oh yeah. The fake has got to be more. Blah 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 blah. Why?
But keep thinking of seals like the animal.
About the first, actually, Battler. He's the one who says that the target. He's the one who confirms the And I was like, okay, but how do we do the second one? Jessica's the one who. Otherwise, like, you need to deal with that, and Jessica's the one who says that it. But nobody says that nobody was hiding.
In the second room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Means both of the parents, 1 kill, 4 killed. I'm in the room, lock the door behind me. Battler comes in, turns their dad. he lies about the fact that the door is that room is sealed. So the fact that it never gets unsealed doesn't matter. Doesn't. They leave the room. One of them leaves the building before it gets killed. The other one is the one who kills Kraus Nazi. Hides somewhere. Because there's no truth that says that no one is hiding in that room, comparison to the first room. They just get locked up.
Yeah.
And then that were in the another parent who just killed everyone else. And he said in any situation that says nobody here could have done it, or that the doors were locked.
It was a
Valor
parent.
could have opened before them, let them.
But that means Battler had to have killed somebody.
I guess Battler could. There's a couple of ones.
Shannon could
He
have.
doesn't have an alibi.
He could have. Okay.
He also could have killed. Could have taken part of first
So-
two Twilights.
So that means. So in that case, it would be Battler, PDA, and Rudolph are the three killers.
I think there's another solution to go with. Like Jessica.
With Jessica?
Or
Because it is a little vague about Jessica.
Or like, there could be a way that I can. That one is the more obvious.
Okay. But how?
Actually, Jessica not so much because both of her parents dead by.
Yeah.
It would have to be George as the other, or Maria.
Or Maria. Let me see. Nothing suspicious in the dining hall. Wait, the only thing he says about the first Twilight, the only thing Battler says about the first Twilight is nothing suspicious was found there.
No, later on, talking about the sealing up. He's the one who meant sealing the dining hall.
We did the same to the dining hall. We also sealed the dining hall in the same way. Right. Okay. That's gotta be a lie.
If he's the one, then that's the only way we could get through the first Twilight.
Yeah, and
Without being.
and the wording Burncastle gave on the red text was vague about if it was the dining hall or Natsuhi's room that was sealed.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm seeing the picture. So, Battler. So let's see if George contradicts anything. No one hiding in the dining hall either. Well, there was people pretending to be dead. That's not the same thing as hiding. Forced to acknowledge Shannon was dead. Guest house was completely locked up.
The other possibility
Battler
that
could have killed.
sealing the guest room happened after, or sealing the dining room all happened after this. Maybe George?
No. We'd need at least one room that isn't sealed, right? And so the red text said that the room that was sealed up as the group left it. Maria couldn't kill anyone. No one could kill Dr. Nanjo inside the guest house. Maria says all the victims died instantly. We put duct tape all over the outside of the doors and windows, sealing them of the second twilight. I feel like she's got to be lying.
Yeah, no, the thing is, right?
Uh-huh.
Because of the ordering of the phrasing,
uh-huh,
the sealing of it's implied that they sealed that as soon as they left. They sealed her mom's room as they left that room, and then sealed the dining hall.
Oh, okay.
And in that case, either one of the boys could have their parents be the one to do it.
Okay.
Right? They leave the corpses. They don't bother needing to lock the door behind themselves at the time. And then Natsuhi, Kraus go upstairs. Either of the dads could go, kill Natsuhi and Kraus, and then hide somewhere in that room, and then just get sealed there for the rest of the game. And then the other parent leaves the building before the building gets sealed up.
Mm-hmm.
And then commits all of the murders. Kills Shano and kills the other servant, then kills Sanjo.
Battler says dining hall was after
sealing. Yeah, okay. So that does leave. We don't even need Battler to be lying in that case.
Yeah, maybe Battler's not lying.
They could have absolutely sealed the thing after the fact, and still had both of the parents be doing it.
So it could be George.
Except George is the one is said to have had an alibi.
In which one?
For Shannon, which means he had to have also committed one of the killings of the first Twilight. Right, so like he kills one of the other people. Wait, no, that would be 3 people. Whoever did Twilight.
Okay, let's say it's George,
no,
Eva.
That works still. Okay, so let's say it's George. Right?
Okay.
George helps his parents kill the other 3. They each commit one murder in that scenario, right?
Okay. George vacates. Eva and Hideyoshi play dead.
Or technically 4 of them. So one of the parents has 2 kills ever.
Okay.
And then the other parents each have 1 kill.
Okay.
Actually, you could even have George just have 1. The idea is that George has to have killed somebody in the first Twilight in order to make this work.
Okay.
And then let's say Hideyoshi kills the other, because we also need one of them to have 6 kills.
Yeah.
So George has a kill, Hideyoshi has 3. They hide. He comes. He lies about their parents being dead. And this is the hard mode version, because if we're doing it with the other one, we could just have Battler just kill somebody, anyone at any time. There's no timing limitations. Well, there's fewer timing limitations. So Hideyoshi has 3 kills. They hide. They do the thing. Blah 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 blah. Everyone goes upstairs. Then
George vacates ahead of time.
Yeah.
Like Hideyoshi or Eva locks the door and they both play dead.
Yeah. So that happens, blah, 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 blah. Everyone goes back to their own rooms. Hideyoshi goes outside. Eva goes upstairs, kills Kraus and Natsuhi, that hides in a closet. Doesn't matter. They don't find her.
Yeah.
They find the corpses. They determine that everything else was locked. They're like, there must be a clue somewhere in here. We're gonna lock the door. We're gonna seal it up.
Yeah. Lock Eva in there.
Eva has 2 kills. Hideyoshi has 3. George has 1.
Okay.
They go and they all go. They're like, oh well, shit. Steal the other thing. They steal the mansion itself. They go to the guest house.
Okay.
Kanon goes outside. Hideyoshi, bam, that's 4 kills.
Yep.
George George still has his alibi, so he's not the one who did it. The next 3 kills, or the next 3 instances, are all also Hideyoshi, with just George opening the door to let him do them. Actually, it makes even more sense for George to be the one, because he's the one who says that the doors were all locked when Kumasawa and Nanjo Kumasawa and Goda are killed.
One issue, Maria says George Oni-chan couldn't kill an adult, he could kill a kid though.
That's true.
Unless Maria is also a killer.
That's... And we could also just be... What was the statement about Jessica? Whether or not... Who has the alibi for Jessica again?
Let's see. Yeah, the 3 of us couldn't have killed Jessica.
Okay, yeah.
Poor Jessica-chan. Maria-chan couldn't kill anyone. She probably died instantly. Battler says...
George Marina, okay. Yeah,
Couldn't have killed Jessica. Well, unknown parent could have killed Jessica.
Yeah, but then we would need to have killed a child with George.
Oh!
Hey.
Was that playing? Question mark? Okay, sorry, the cats.
Okay, yeah. And I was saying George is the hard mode because he has stipulations.
Yeah.
Battler could do the same thing, right? He could go through all of those. There's nothing that says that he doesn't have the power to kill people. But I'm just like, this is another option. Here it is. How do I make it work? What if
So if okay,
what if the way that you stipulate that George is a killer is that he committed murder before the incident on some random kid? That'd be the most straightforward, stupid loophole, but it does work.
That's true. There's nothing stopping it.
It's just there's only one person who commits any murders during the story, but everyone else who's an accomplice committed murder elsewhere.
Fuck.
Like that does work.
I guess. I feel like that would piss Bernkastel off, but let me think.
The other possibility would be that he kills Kanon, and then Shannon dies because Kanon died independently of that.
Oh.
Or we're in a timeline where Kanon and Shannon are different people, and he does kill Kanon and just throws his body into the ocean.
Yeah.
That's also a possibility. This would also make it so that Kanon is dead and his key is irretrievable.
Yeah. So 2 people dumped them? George killed Kanon and somebody else killed Shannon?
Yeah. Hideyoshi would be the one on the outside.
Okay.
So those are my 2 solutions. Either of the boy cousins and their parents.
Alright, who kills Nanjo?
The parent. The parent that's on the outside.
People keep several. Okay, let's go through what people say about Nanjo. Okay, Jessica says, oh, he's dead. Well, we know Jessica's telling the truth. He's dead, he's been killed. Maria Battler, George Nissan, and I all couldn't have killed Nanjo. Okay. George says no one could kill Nanjo inside the guest house.
If he's an accomplice,
Then
that's a lie.
That's a lie.
And
yeah.
he could have just invited Hideyoshi, and Hideyoshi kills him inside the guest
Yeah.
house.
Battler says
Is the one who says that he couldn't have been in. He couldn't have left.
yeah, Nanjo couldn't have left. Maria says everything is locked up perfectly. So my leaning that both of them are lying. Maybe they're both lying. In which case, Maria could kill Jessica. Or could she? George, Aniki, Maria, and I couldn't have killed Jessica. Okay, that's not possible. Maria kills somebody else. A parent kills Jessica. Maria could have killed Nanjo? No. Before. Maria could have killed somebody in like the first Twilight.
See, the thing about Maria's statement of everything being locked up perfectly, it's locked up now. Right? She's not taking in accounting of the idea that sure, none of them were the murderer, but they could be an accomplice.
Everything's locked up now.
Everything is locked up. How did it happen if this is a locked room? The issue is that it's not.
Oh, okay. So, I think the narration says the locked room of the guest house. So, yeah, it would be like you brought the parent in and then you lock it. So when Nanjo's found dead,
the doors
are locked. Yeah. Okay, so Maria doesn't have to be lying.
She's not even wrong in this.
Yeah.
She's just missing the forest for the trees.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Then there's the Giorgio Nichan thing.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I know.
That's what I was saying. Because Kanon would have to count as a key. I guess.
Battler, hydrate, please. Thank you. And stretch. All right. So the thing is, Battler says anyone could have killed her besides George Aniki or Shannon.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, if we count Kanon and Kanon as kids,
yeah,
then we can also count them. If we count them as separate people, then he could kill Kanon and not Shannon.
Okay.
And then Hideyoshi or Eva's.
Okay.
If Shannon and Kanon don't count as kids, then Maria's also in on it, I guess.
That's what I was trying to determine, if Maria was in on it or not.
But she doesn't necessarily have to be. Like this. This is what I'm saying is the stipulations for minimum amount of murderers is 3. And of course, because Battler has like absolutely no red text or no texts talking about whether or not he could kill in almost any of these murderers, it's a lot easier for him. The only ones that he couldn't do himself are the ones where they're in the guest house. Like the murder happens in the guest house. And just...
Cat speak Billy. Guest house was still locked up. He's the one who says 5th and 6th twilights. Let's go look at that again. Oh. He says the guest house is locked up. Hold on. Jessica says the 4 cousins Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed him. Was still completely locked up. So somebody could have just let somebody in and locked the door behind them in this case too.
Yeah. But also, if George is the accomplice, he could be lying about the guest house even being locked up in this area. Unlike
well, right now,
the next one.
Right now, I'm trying to clear him.
Well, you can't. I've made my point.
Wait, but it was like we're going like Battler or George. We're not going Battler and George.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm saying. I think both of those are equally valid solution statements.
Okay.
Which,
What?
There's gonna be like a thing later where there's like, oh, there's the only solution, because there was those stipulations about George that I was saying. They're like, oh, the only actual solution is Battler because George couldn't have killed Shanon or what have you.
Uh-huh.
None of the other adults, and they're just gonna be like,
yeah, I think because they literally want you to choose who the killers are.
Yeah.
Like it's interactable, so there's only one solution.
Well.
So, I mean, there's only one solution they want the player to pick.
I guess.
So,
I'm gonna say George and his parents
or rather,
anyway.
The intended solution.
I'm gonna say George and his parents anyway.
Okay.
Fuck them.
Oh, I mean, fair. All right, let me look over.
Even though there are asterisks around this solution.
It has been interesting to hear us theorize. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I've been worried this is terribly boring to watch, so thank you.
It took very long for me to be like, okay, if Nanjo is one of them, then like there's just not enough. There's too many accomplices.
Yeah.
Which means that by virtue of that you have to work the other way around. But I'm pretty sure the solution they want you to say is Battler because there's fewer stipulations.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm being contrary right now because fuck you, George.
That's fair. And this does seem like something Byrne would do to be like, fuck you, Ange, and Battler. Battler, you and your parents killed everybody.
It just took me a very long time to be like, oh. And then the other thing was like, okay, so if it's not them, then how do we deal with the locked room?
Okay. So, we have our confident-ish answer. So let's look at the other hints. And from here, I'll start reading them out loud. So basically, the first hint was try to look for purple statements that are absolutely, like, without a doubt true. And so the only statements we can trust are 100% true are from those who are 100% dead. So how do we...
Someone's got entirely 100% true statements.
Yes.
So, like, Nanjo only has... Or not... Like, not... If I went through that way, then Natsuhi and Kraus only have one statement each. Both of those statements are true.
Yeah.
So they couldn't be...
Yeah, exactly. So...
Which actually would have saved a lot more trouble because I was
that's why
on Nanjo for a lot of that.
That's why I was keeping the hints to myself. That's what I was and so the next hint was the text, the narration is always true. So if you're having trouble finding who's dead for sure, then go there and look. So that's why I started going through and I saw Nanjo was dead for sure. Jessica is a little ambiguous, but she seems more dead than everybody else, but nobody else was confirmed by the narration. So Nanjo's dead for sure. That means everything he says is true for sure.
And I ruled out Nanjo the hard way of just being like, if he is one, if he is, there's this many culprits already.
Yeah.
How can we solve the first and second Twilights by only adding a single extra culprit? The answer is you can't.
Yeah.
So he's innocent, which means a lot of other people are innocent because he confirms all of their deaths.
Exactly. So yeah. So all of this is true. Therefore, and so I started listing here the people who are dead for sure. So, this means everything Goda said is true. And then, everything Kumasawa said is true. They were all laying there covered in blood when... So, Kumasawa arrived right when, Goda was there. Knocking on the door, and then he unlocked it. Opened it up, and Kumasawa witnessed the 6 of them there. And then, that's true. We know Shanon is dead because Kumasawa, and so Kanon by extension, right? I mean,
dead.
Burncastle confirmed Kanon, yeah.
They don't say how,
yeah,
which means it could be a murder.
Yeah. So Nanjo, so Genji's dead for sure, which means it has to be a parent. Yeah. So the servants are. Oh, thank you, Peach Tea.
Trying so hard.
The servants.
I mean, I feel like I've got a pretty solid solution.
Yeah. So
like I feel like the game is being like, oh, it could be either of the cousins. But it can't be George, and I'm saying, fuck you, it can.
He killed somebody, like, at the creek when he was 10.
Like, he could, my first thought was like, okay, well, if he couldn't have killed Shanon, and can't have killed an adult, he could have killed the other child, who is confirmed dead.
Kanon.
Who is Kanon. They don't confirm that he was murdered. They don't confirm that he's the same person as Shanon, so it's still a possibility.
Kinda.
In this timeline. We could be like, hey, maybe in this timeline they are different people. Who fucking knows?
It's vague, for sure. It's vague. Servants were together the whole time. I unlocked the door in the second Twilight, so the second Twilight door was locked. Both the doors were locked. The death of each parent was confirmed by their own child, unless they were lying. Okay.
I mean, it was still confirmed by them. We're lying.
Yes. So these are all people who are telling the truth, and then Jessica is probably telling the truth. Everything's locked. No one would be able to enter or leave until the police arrived. So a culprit was sealed inside of Nasi's room. George Nissan got upset, so he went outside. They all went outside to look for Shanon. So, George couldn't have been the murderer. But, yeah. Goda, Masawa are both dead. Poor cousins and Dr. Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda-san, Kumasawa-san. That's why it is a parent. He's dead, he's been killed. Okay, so.
The other possibility.
But nothing's contradicting Battler and parents. So.
Another possibility kid's parent.
Sans Jessica.
Like all the kids and one of the.
Yeah, but the thing is we've got to figure out which parent it is.
But if we assume that every statement that someone says is true, then it's a little.
Yeah.
And of course, we would have to determine which of the parents.
That's what I'm saying. That's what makes it impossible, unless it was Battler and his parents. So let's look at the other hints, and I'll start reading them from here. So right now we're settled on Rudolph, Kirie, and Battler. So let's see. Battler, look.
I'm settled on.
You're settled on George, but
because fuck him.
But I think we feel fairly confident that the game wants us to say Battler.
Yeah.
And Kirie and Rudolph. So okay, Battler, look. The narration clearly says
Nanjo
died. That Nanjo was killed on the 7th twilight. I found one too.
Okay, never mind, Jessica is not dead. Or is dead.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. It was a little more vague, but it seemed pretty much saying she was dead. On the 8th twilight, the narration clearly mentions Jessica's gruesome corpse. So in other words, Dr. Nanjo and Jessica, those two are definitely dead. I found that. Yeah. And that means we've proven that Nanjo and Jessica aren't culprits. And that means all of their purple statements are the same as red truth. Yes, that's right. The pair gave each other a high five. Finally, they had found their first big clue. A safe slice on the roll with a needle in it. Oh yeah, they were making this metaphor before about how the purple statements, you need to be careful before trusting all of them, because one of them could be like a bread roll with a needle in it. They had discovered some purple statements they could trust. Let's try writing out Nanjo's and Jessica's purple statements. These are the same as red truth. We're finally getting somewhere. If we're sure that Dr. Nanjo isn't the culprit, then his purple statement for the first twilight. Doctor or not, no one examining a body will reach the wrong conclusion. Becomes very important. That means the kids are not wrong about their parents being alive and then lying about it. In other words, no one will make any mistakes when confirming deaths. So anytime Dr. Nanjo or Jessica confirms a death, we can be absolutely sure that it's true. So, anyone whose death was confirmed by Nanjo or Jessica cannot be the culprit. Uh-oh. Looks like they're moving along. Strange. I find it annoying that they're moving along, but if they did get stuck, that would just be boring. Okay, let's check their examinations and find some more characters who can't be the culprit. Yes.
One more look
at the what?
At the purple.
Tell me when to scroll, because there's a lot.
whom, after, look for them, also for... Dead. And the cousins could have killed Goto and Nawa. Dead. Nanjo.
Yep.
There's nothing new with...
Nothing contradicting what we've come up with.
By specifically stating them. Guaranteed.
Yeah. Battler.
バトラー、南條とジェシカの紫発言のチェックを終えたぞ。
I finished checking Nanjo and Jessica's purple statements.
この2人が死亡を確認した人物は間違いなく死んでいる。
People whose deaths are confirmed by those two are definitely dead.
そしてそれは間違いなく犯人でないことを示す。
And that means they can't be the culprit.
そうなれば信頼できる紫発言がさらに増えるということだな。
Which in turn increases the number of purple statements we can trust. AB, we're still at it. We got a solid guess, but now we're going through all of the hints.
Just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we make fun of George and...
Yeah. Even if he's not the culprit, he's the culprit in our hearts. Which in turn increases the number of purple statements we can trust. Let's start with Dr. Nanjo. He confirmed the deaths of the victims of the second Twilight, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi. Then on the fourth Twilight, he also confirmed Shanon's death. On the fifth and sixth Twilights, he even confirmed Goda-san and Kumasawa-san's deaths. The number of innocent people has skyrocketed. Hey, Rowan! 30 months! Holy F! Thank you for subscribing for 30 months. How was G-Cuck? We're trying to crack a hard puzzle. Oh yeah, I remember. You were like, oh no, Jessica's dead, or is bad. Wow, cool robot. So, the Gundam was Gundaming. Good. In addition to Nanjo and Jessica, we know that Kraus, Natsuhi, Shannon, Goda, and Kumasawa cannot be the culprit. That's not all. On the fourth Twilight, Burncastle announced Kanon-kun's death with the Red Truth. The culprit can't die. The Kanon-kun isn't the culprit either. Nanjo, Jessica, Kraus, Natsuhi, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, and Kumasawa. And Genji, don't forget, guys! That's probably gonna be the next hint. Y'all Gundammed all over the place, good. All 8 of them are not the culprit. Ooh! All of a sudden, they now have 8 suspects less. Only natural that they'd make it this far. This is where it really begins. That's so true. Now the number of purple statements we can trust has grown tremendously. We're really getting into the thick of it. Yeah. Let's check through the purple statements of the characters we've just proven innocent, and so on the next one we'll find out Genji's also innocent.
That or this is the last hint. Oh, no, more hints.
There are more hints, yes.
Let's see.
シャノン
Rouse, Natsuhi, Shannon,
ゴーダ熊沢
Goda, Kumasawa.
この新しく無実が証明された人物の紫発言を吟味したぞ
I've looked through the purple statements for all the people we just proved innocent. You've got it.
その結果源氏さんが犯人でないことを新たに
And as a
証明す
result, we've proven that Genji-san isn't the culprit. That's the list I've made on my piece of paper.
カノンは第一の場に紫発言で源氏の死を確認したと宣言している
For the first Twilight, Kanon announces in a purple statement that he confirmed Genji's death.
これで源氏も白というわけだ
That clears Genji of suspicion as well.
これで合計9人の無実が証明されたら
So now, a total of 9 people have been proven innocent.
いい感じだぜ
Things are going pretty
そう
well.
そうシャノンと熊沢の紫発言で第一の番の6人の死亡も確認しているようだ
Oh, right. It looks like Shannon's and Kumasawa's purple statements confirm that the 6 people of the first Twilight all died. It looks like it, but did they really? Because that's where you run into problems. Yeah, thank you, Battler. We shouldn't accept that so easily.
なぜか
Why not?
シャノンと熊沢の発言は信用できるのではないか
We can trust Shannon's and Kumasawa's statements, can we not?
そうよね
Yeah, right?
シャノンと熊沢が犯人でないことが確定したのにどうしてその発言が信用できないの
If you're sure they aren't culprits, why can't you trust their purple statements?
例えば熊沢さんだが第一の番の犠牲者の6人が食堂で血まみれになって倒れていたとしか
Kumasawa-san, for example, only said they were lying there covered in blood.
生死は不明ってわけだ
So it's not clear whether they were alive or dead.
食堂の6人の犠牲者の検視は絶対とは言えないわけだ
We can't call this a perfect examination of the 6 dining hall victims.
食堂の6人についてシャノンは別の言い方もしているぞ
Shannon speaks of those 6 in a different way.
お子様方はそれぞれ自分の親が間違いなく死んでいることを確認した
He says the death of each parent was confirmed by their own child.
食堂でそれぞれの親を検視したのは俺とジョージの兄貴そして
That
マリア
means George Aniki, Maria, and I each examined our own parents in the dining hall.
この3人が白であることはまだ証明されていない
However, we haven't proven yet that any of those 3 are innocent.
おうなるほどそういうことね
Yeah, that's where I was at like 20 minutes ago. Oh, I
シャ
get
ノ
it.
ンは食堂の6人の死亡をそれぞれの親の子供が確認したことは証明したけれど
Shannon's words prove that the children confirmed each of the 6 deaths in the dining
それぞ
hall,
れの子供が真実の検視をしたかまでは証明していないわ
but they don't prove that the examinations those kids performed were legitimate.
そういうことだ
That's it.
子供が嘘をついている可能性が否定できない以上まだ食堂の連中全員を疑いから
Since we
外す
can't
わけ
deny the possibility that the kids are lying, we still can't remove any of the 6 in the dining hall from suspicion.
これは厄介であ
How troublesome.
るなその3人は最後まで生き残った生存者
So if Jessica counts as a kid, I'll look at that later. All 3 of those are survivors who live until the
生
end.
きているということはすなわち犯人でないと証明不能というわけだ
Since they are alive, that makes it impossible to prove that they aren't culprits.
バトラージョージマリ
Battler, George, Maria.
生き残ったこの3人は犯人である可能性が高いと同時に白であることの証明が最も難しいと言えるだろう
These survivors are not only likely to be culprits, but they're also probably the hardest people to prove innocent.
とりあえず
At any rate,
確実な死亡によって白であると断言できるのはこの9人までのようである
it looks like those 9 are the only ones who we can say are definitely dead and therefore definitely innocent.
ここからは信頼できる9人の紫発言で純粋に推理していくしかない。
From here on out, it'll just be pure reasoning based off the purple statements of the 9 we can trust. Nanjo, Jessica, Kraus, Natsuhi, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, Kumasawa, Genji.
この9人の紫発言を読み直すしかないな。
We can only read through their purple statements once more.
ここからは難度が上がるぞ。
Things are going to get hard starting now. Use me, Battler?
覚悟してかかろうぜ。
Let's steel ourselves and take a shot at it.
ようやくミステリーらしくなってきたというところよ。
Finally starting to feel like a real mystery. Okay, let's look at the next one.
It keeps going.
Yeah, they want to make it in case you're like going through this head empty, they want you to be able to do it without like looking shit up, because you can get through the rest of the game without looking shit up thus far, because this is the first time the game's interactable. Hey, Beato.
興味深いことが分かったぞ。
I found out something interesting.
この一連の事件、マスターキーは一切使えない。
In this series of crimes, master keys can never be used.
Hey, that's the conclusion I came to after I ruled out Nanjo.
Yeah!
Like, it was like, wait, if Nanjo's bad, then all of the servants are good, then both of the locked doors have to be cheated.
Yeah.
そういえば、白である9人の中に使用人5人が含まれるのであったな。
Come to think of it, the group of 9 innocent people includes all 5 servants, doesn't it?
マスターキーは使用人にしか使えない。
Only the servants can use master keys.
渡せもしない。
They can't hand them over to someone else.
そして、犯人でない人物は犯人に協力しないのだから、犯行にマスターキーを用いることはできないんだ。
And since people who aren't culprits themselves can't assist culprits, the master keys cannot be used for crimes. Since it's been guaranteed that all 5 servants are innocent, we know that the master keys have nothing to do with the crimes.
確かにそうなる。
Yes, that's right.
ますますに厄介ではないか。
And that makes this even more troublesome, correct?
何度も起こった密室殺人。
All of these locked room murders.
それらをマスターキー抜きで構築せねばならんことになる。
Every one of them must be constructed without any master keys. No.
チェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
Turn the chessboard
って
over.
ことはつまり、マスターキーがなくても構築可能なトリックってわけさ。
Okay, this is chocolates, thank you. This just means that none of the tricks need master keys to construct.
なるほど。
I see.
第1の番、食堂の密室。
First twilight, the locked room of the dining hall.
第2の番、夏日の部屋の密室。
Second twilight, Natsuhi's locked room.
第5の番以降のゲストハウスの密室。
Starting with the fifth twilight, the locked room of the guest house.
じっくり考え直す必要がありそうだな。
It seems we must look closely through those again. That's what we did.
もう一度じっくりと読み直してみよう。
Let's read through it once more
使用
carefully.
人は全
Yeah,
員
that's where I was like, I need to figure out how the second one happened. I hadn't. For some reason, despite the fact that I knew that Nanjo confirmed the deaths of, I was like, how do lock the door behind us? I was thinking, okay, maybe Jessica was lying, but when she said that when she made her statement about the room being a locked room. I was thinking about those implications for like 5-10 minutes.
Oh man.
There was no statement about nobody hiding.
Yeah.
after I reread the first one.
It's tricky because when you read that part of the story, those statements about sealing in red are framed around trying to quell like the thought that anyone's hiding, so it's a bit tricky.
Yeah.
Let's read it through once more carefully. All of the servants are innocent. Master keys can't be used. Let's think through it again with that in mind. There's your parents. Parents. Last hint.
第一の晩の食堂の密室についてだが、このような推理はどうだろうか。
I have a theory about the dining hall locked room of the first Twilight. Let's hear it.
第一の晩の犠牲者の検視は未だ定かではない。
The corpse examinations of the victims in the first Twilight still aren't certain.
つまり、その中の誰かが実は犯人で。
In other words, what if one of them was really the culprit?
他の5人を殺した後に死んだふりをして、内側から食堂を施錠したのだ。
They killed the other 5, locked the dining hall from the inside, and then played dead.
確かに。それならマスターキーを使わずに密室を生み出せるな。
True. They could create a locked room without using master keys that way.
一つ疑問が出てくる。
That leaves us with a problem, though.
疑問とは何か。
What problem?
覚えてるか？
Remember?
第2の晩のやりとりの時、ベルンカステルに赤き真実でこう宣言された。
When we were talking about the second Twilight, Berncastle said this with the red
第
truth.
1の晩の犯人は確実に6人を殺している。
The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people.
そういえばそうであったな。
Yes, now that you mention it.
この赤き真実がある以上、やはり食堂の6人は死んでいたってことになる。
Because of that red truth, it seems all 6 people in the dining hall were dead after all.
外部の人間がどうやって食堂に施錠を？
So, how did someone lock the dining hall from the outside
マスターキーを使わずに。
without using a key?
なあ、バトラ。
Hey, Bachelor.
赤き真実は食堂の6人の死亡を確実なものにしているのではないか。
Does that red truth really confirm the deaths of all 6 people in the dining hall?
まあ。
Battler being stupid for a moment.
そういうことになるんだろうな。
Well, it does, doesn't it?
となれば、食堂の6人も白ということで、すでに白と分かっている現地を除き、新しく5人が白と判明したことになるのではないか？
In that case, the 6 in the dining hall are all innocent, and excluding Genji, whose innocence has already been confirmed, that gives us 5 more people we can remove from the list of suspects. Does it not?
つまり、9たす5で14人の無実が証明できたというわけ。
In other words, 9 plus 5 equals 14 people have been proven innocent.
残るは3人。
Have been proved innocent. Oh wait, that also works. There are only 3 left.
ジョージ、マリアの3人の中に犯人がいるに違いないのだ。
Either Battler, George, or Maria must be the culprit.
ちょっと待ってくれ。
Wait a second.
そいつは引っかかるんだ。
Doesn't seem right for some reason.
犯人は6人を殺したと宣言はされてる。
That red truth did say that the culprit killed 6 people.
それを第一の晩の時に言われたわけじゃない。
However, she didn't say that red during the first Twilight.
第2の晩のやりとりの時に言われたのであった。
Oh, hold on, Dan. The 6 people statement came up during the second Twilight, so if it was true by then, that means whoever killed a bunch of people must have also killed Kraus or Natsu.
Yeah.
So it's more like Hideyoshi only killed 1 person. George killed 1 person. And then wait. Let's do the math.
No, it would have been that.
Oh wait. We're going Battler, right? We're going Battler.
Because then in that case, it would have been whoever gets locked up in your house in Natsuhi's had to have killed everyone at that point.
Not everyone.
Yeah, because there's 4 people that they're killing in the first room, and 2 people that they're killing in the second room. Only 6 deaths.
Oh, true. 4, then 2 is 6. Yeah. You're right. So everyone up to that point. So at this point, let's say it was Kirie.
That or they.
Let's say it was Kirie.
That or we're counting the funny joke answer that I said of murders happening before the incident,
right.
Counting as well.
So let's say Kirie killed all those people. So at this point, Battler and Rudolph have not killed anybody yet, but they will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same with thing. The only issue being who would George have the opportunity to kill, and that would have to be Kanon. Yeah, that's the only person that he has the opportunity.
Yeah.
Given the stipulations.
Who does Battler have the opportunity to kill?
Shauna. He doesn't have Nero, stop biting the plastic. No. He doesn't have the stipulation that says that he can't kill an adult. He doesn't have the stipulation that says that he has an alibi for Shannon.
Right.
He could also have killed Kanon, I guess.
Yeah. So we don't even have to worry about shenanigans. They're just a twofer.
Yo.
So Battler killed those 2, and then
that's why I'm like.
Rudolph killed everyone else. This
is why they're saying it has to be. Battler because of that stipulation with Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
My answer to that is fuck you.
I believe she said
we can be bullshittier than you can.
Yeah. I believe she said it back when we were talking about the second Twilight, yes? I'd like to read through that bit again. Let's search. Feels like that was a strange time for her to say it. Not bad. Can't underestimate these 2. Even their instincts are sharp. It's the last hint. The last. Oh no, there's another one.
It keeps going.
第2の番の密室について考えているのだが、同じ推理しか浮かばぬ。
I've been thinking about the second Twilight's locked room, but no matter how many times I try, I keep ending up with the same theory.
クラウスおじさんたちを殺した後、内側より施錠して隠れたって推理か。
You mean someone killing the pair of them, then locking the door from the inside and hiding?
マスターキーが使えぬ以上、施錠は内側より行うほかない。
Since the master keys can't be used, the door must have been locked from the inside.
犯人は夏日の部屋のどこかに隠れていたとしか。
So it only makes sense. The culprit was hiding somewhere in Natsuhi's room.
そう。
Right.
そこがおかしい。
That is weird.
とがきにこうある。
It says this in the narration.
いつまで経ってもクラウス夫妻だけが戻ってこない。
No matter how much time passed, Kraus and Natsuhi were the only ones who didn't return.
そしてこう続く。
Then it continues.
クラウスと夏日の部屋に向かい。
Everyone headed to Kraus's and Natsuhi's rooms together.
クラウス夫妻だけが戻ってこない。ということはつまりそれ以外の人間は全員客間に
Kraus and
戻ってきたとい
Natsuhi
うことか。
were the only ones who didn't return. That implies that everyone else did return to the parlor.
そういうことだ。
That's right.
犯行後、密室に閉じこもって隠れていたから、そいつも戻ってこないことになるはず。
The culprit locked themselves in Natsuhi's room after committing the crime. They shouldn't have been able to
なの
return.
に、犠牲者を除く全員が戻ってきている。
And yet, everyone except the victims did return.
生存者の誰にも犯行は不可能ということになってしまうな。
That would make this crime impossible for all the survivors.
やはりバトラの推理通り、食堂の誰かが生きていて犯行に及んだと考えるべきではないのか。
Maybe we really should follow your theory of someone in the dining hall surviving and committing crimes later.
そういえば
Come to think of it,
その推理を口にしたら俺は赤き真実を食らったんだ。
when I mentioned that theory, I was hit with a red truth. My theory was that someone in the dining hall was alive and killed Kraus and Natsuhi. That theory was countered by this red truth. The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people.
まあ当然であろうな。
Well, that is hardly
クラウ
surprising.
ス、夏日まで殺しているのだから、6人どころか8人は殺していることになるのだから。
After all, the culprit went on to kill Kraus and Natsuhi, so they've killed a total of not just 6, but 8 people. Unless...
ん
Huh? Oh, he's got it.
なんか引っかか
Hold on. He's got it.
クラウス夏日まで殺している。
Oh no. We're having the like his brain's going, all the equations are running around his head.
He's actually solving the mystery in front of him instead of crying.
Yeah, holy shit. They went on to kill Kraus and Natsuhi.
犯人は確実。
So, the culprit has definitely killed
6人。
6. Ooga booga booga booga. Okay, oh, it stops there. More! They're using Battler's Phoenix Wright music. I've got it.
やられたぜ。
We've been fooled.
犯人が確実に6人を殺したの。意味が分かった。
I know what she meant by saying the culprit killed 6 people.
意味が分かったとはどういうことか。
What do you mean you know what she meant?
説明せよ。
Explain yourself.
第一の番の犯人は確実に6人を殺している。
The culprit of the first Twilight has definitely killed 6 people.
もしこいつを第
If she had said that at the time of the first Twilight, I might have accepted it as it seemed.
しかし第2の番の時点で言われたことを加味すると別の意味も見えてくる。
However, if we remember that she said it after the second Twilight, a new possibility shows itself.
まさか第2の番の殺人までを含めて
You don't mean that the murders of the second
確
Twilight
実に6人を殺しているという意味なのか。
are included in the 6 people who were definitely killed? Yup!
そういうことだ。
That's it.
やはり食堂の6人の中に犯人が混じって死んだふりをしていたんだ。
The culprit really was hiding among the 6 in the dining hall.
そしてそいつは食堂を抜け出し夏日おばさんの部屋で2人を殺して内側から施錠して室内に隠れたんだ。
Later on, they snuck out of the dining hall, killed the 2 people in Aunt Natsuhi's room, locked the door from the inside, and hid somewhere in the room.
See, for me, I had the opposite direction with the 6 definitely killed 6 people. I assumed that was the body count by the end of the story. So
Yeah.
as long as one person was feasibly able to commit 6 murders by the end of the story, I counted that as as the statement.
We still arrive at the same place anyway.
Yeah, mostly.
The culprit could only have killed 5 people at most in the dining hall. Or even 4. However, if we add on the victims of the second Twilight, they would definitely have killed it at least 6 times.
なるほど。それで辻褄は合うぞ。
I see. Now it all adds up.
第1の番も第2の番も
You can construct the locked rooms of both the first and second Twilights
マスターキーなしで構築できる。
without using master keys.
と思ったところで
Well, Well, you'd think so, but that reminds me of something else.
夏日おばさんの部屋はすぐに封印しちまったんだったな。
Aunt Natsuhi's room was sealed immediately afterwards.
そういえばそうだったな。
Yes, come to think of
ベ
it.
ルンカステル教に赤き真実で一同は体質と同時に部屋を封印した。
Lady Burncastle used the red truth to say this. The group sealed the room at the same time they
その体
left.
質に犯人は加われないと言われ
No
ている。
culprit joined the group as they left.
さらにこうも言った。
And she also said this.
全ての封印は決して破られることはない。
All of the seals will never be broken.
再び密室に閉じ込められた。
In other words, the culprit is trapped in a locked room again. Well, maybe there's more than one culprit,
今
Beato.
の推理で確かに第一の番と第二の番は説明できる。
That theory might explain the first and second
しか
Twilights.
しその犯人は夏日おばさんの部屋に閉じ込められ二度と出られなくなっちまうんだ。
However, the culprit would be sealed inside Aunt Natsuhi's room, unable to leave.
それでは第4の番以降の事件を起こせなくなってしまうではないか。
And that means they wouldn't be able to carry out the fourth Twilight and onwards.
良い推理だと思ったのだが、やはり違うのか。
Oh, I thought I had such a nice theory, but I guess it's wrong. Not necessarily, girly.
この推理で間違っていないはずなんだが。
I don't think we're wrong about this theory, but
もうひとひねり。
maybe it just needs some more tweaking. You're tweaking?
Weekend?
God, we've been at this like 2 hours. We basically we're close to it.
Keeps going. Man, are they actually just gonna come to the conclusion that it's Battler?
I
At the
mean,
end of this, it's like, oh, it was Battler. All right, fair.
we'll see. I mean, that's what I figured. I figured they would kind of have to get there. So I wanted to basically I wanted to see if we could do it with as few hints as possible, and then basically see if we can get our answer confirmed for us before I put Battler,
Oh, we got it.
PDA,
We got
and
it.
Rudolph wrong, and be like, "Fuck! What do you mean it wasn't them?" And feel like an
You
idiot.
gotta put George.
No!
We gotta do it.
No! They'll say it's wrong for sure.
I don't care.
Okay.
If they say it's wrong, we could be like, fuck them, I'm right.
After this, I'll make another save and we'll try it. No, it does work.
犯人が閉じ込められて
There's no problem if the culprit gets sealed up.
犯人がもう一人いればいい。
Not as long as there's a second culprit.
複数犯人説。
A multiple culprit theory.
やはりそう来るしかないな。
Yes, that does seem to be the only way. I mean, obviously, since the kids could have been wrong, implies one of them was a killer.
それならば犯人の片方が閉じ込められて続く殺人を継続できる。
That way, even if one culprit is sealed up, the other can continue murdering.
考えてみりゃ
You think about it,
俺たちの推理に共犯は必須だったんだ。
our theory has needed an accomplice from the very
第
beginning.
一の番の6人のうち白が確定している源氏さんを除く5人エヴァおばさん秀吉おじさん
Excluding Genji-san, who we already know to be innocent, the other 5 of the first Twilight victims, Auntie Eva, Uncle Hideyoshi, my old bastard, Kirie-san, and Auntie
この5
Rosa,
人は全員それぞれ白が確定しない人物によって検視
all
さ
had their deaths confirmed by people who also haven't been confirmed
れその
innocent.
検視者が共犯でない限り死んだふりなんかできないんだ。
Unless those people were accomplices, fellow culprits, no one would have been able to play dead.
確か
You're right.
に犯人でない者は犯人に協力しないことになっているから。
After all, the rules say that only culprits can cooperate with other culprits.
犯人は殺人以前にも嘘をつくことができる。
Culprits are capable of lying even before they commit
つ
murder.
まりこういうことだ。
So we have ourselves a theory.
第1の番の殺人を行った犯人は第2の番までを実行し夏日の部屋
Thanks for watching.
was also in my head. The culprit who carried out the first Twilight murders also carried out the second Twilight, then locked themselves up in Natsuhi's room. Then, the other culprit, who lied about the first culprit's death, carried on with the murders starting at the fourth Twilight. Yes, it all matches up that way. So, which of them was it? Unfortunately, so far, any one of them could be a culprit. However, we can say for sure that the crime wasn't committed by a single person. And we know that the culprit locked up in Natsuhi's room was one of those 5 victims in the dining hall. And we also know that the person who continued with the crimes was one of those who inspected the 5 suspicious corpses on the first Twilight. One of those who inspected the 5 suspicious corpses in the dining hall. That would be Battler, George, and Maria. We know that one of those 3 committed the murders later on. Excellent. Let's focus on those 3 and find the truth about the later crimes.
So I think the next one is gonna be... Wait a second. They couldn't have committed the crimes in the guest house. So there needs to be another person.
Yeah.
Which is gonna be ruling out Maria.
Yeah. So, did you want me to go ahead and...
Are there more hints?
Did you want to see the hints, or do you want me to just pick George?
We could just keep doing the hints.
Okay.
I want to see their dialogue for all the hints.
Okay.
And then we pick George.
Fuck, fine. Even if they say it's Battler.
Yeah.
Okay. The next crime is the fourth Twilight. Shannon-chan was the one killed. No one has an alibi, with one exception. George.
白が確定しているジェシカが紫発言にてジョージにはシャノン殺しは不可能であると断言している。
Jessica, who has been confirmed innocent, used the purple text to say that it was impossible for George to kill Shannon. Yeah, the things are looking Battler. So doesn't that mean either Battler or Maria must have killed her? I'd like to think that, but it's too soon to be sure. Battler, Maria, and every other person except George lacks an alibi. I've managed to prove the crime wasn't committed by a single person, but I didn't prove that there were exactly 2 culprits. Yeah, exactly 3! At this point in time, it's still too soon to be sure. I see. In addition to the culprit of the first and second Twilights, and the culprit who lied about the first culprit's death, there might be yet another completely separate culprit as well. Yes, it was a mistake to overlook that. Good thing we didn't overlook that. The murder of Shannon-chan was possible for anyone, with only one single exception. Also, that fact alone isn't enough to prove that George Aniki is innocent overall. Thought this would be an easy one since there's no locked room.
犯人の絞り込みに使える情報もない。
But on the contrary, we have no suspicious circumstances and no information to lead us to the culprit.
ここからは事件のペースが速い。
The pace of the crime starts picking up
これ
here.
だけに固執せず、次の第5の番の事件も見てみようぜ。
Instead of getting stuck on this one part, we should take a look at the fifth Twilight too. Next hint. It seems we have a problem with the fifth and sixth Twilights. We can trust Jessica's purple statements, and she said this. The four cousins and Nanjo couldn't have killed Goda and Kumasawa. The four cousins and Dr. Nanjo.
これはつまりこの時点での生存者全員を指す。
In other words, all of the survivors at this point in time.
普通に考えたら不可能犯罪だ。
Thinking about it on normal lines, that would make this an impossible crime. However, that's where we can turn the chessboard over, correct? Yeah.
ってことは、あるシンプルな答えが現れる。
This actually gives us a simple
い
answer.
とこ4人と南條先生以外の何者かが犯人だってことをこの事件は証明しているってわけだ。
This crime proves that there's a culprit who isn't Dr. Nanjo or one of the cousins. Other than these survivors, everyone is supposed to be dead. And yet, it was impossible for the survivors to commit the crime.
死んだふりをした犯人が 100% 存在することの証明ってわけだ。
It's absolute proof that one of the culprits faked their death. And since there exists a culprit who faked his or her death, that's absolute proof that there were multiple culprits. Only a culprit can fake an examination and a lie. And lie.
この一見、完全な不可能犯罪に見える第5、第6の番は
The fifth and sixth Twilights may seem to be an perfect impossible crime.
雄弁にこれだけのことを語っちまうわけだ。
But this one incident alone tells us so much.
不可能犯罪は相手を屈服させる力も持つ。逆に一気に推理を切り込まれる危険性も持つ諸刃の刃よ。
Impossible crimes are a double-edged sword. They have the power to break your opponents, but they also make it possible for theories to break deep into your lines of defense.
昔のそなたならきっと屈服していただろうね。
Long ago, you would surely have surrendered.
Yeah, Battler, what's up with that?
Yeah, man, you wouldn't have been like, no, there's no way my parents could play dead and kill them. How far you've come.
お前にはだいぶ鍛えられたからな。
It's all because you've trained me so well. Wow! Okay! Yeah, trained you on that leash, huh? Oh yeah, she had you well trained. The pair grinned at each other. They had been to the brink of death and back in their many intellectual games before now. They wouldn't be discouraged by a riddle like this.
さらに
Now, let's move on to the crimes of the 7th and 8th Twilights.
第8の番の事件も見てみよう。もうかなり確信に踏み込んでるはずだ。
I think we're getting pretty close to the core of things.
そうだな。気を引き締めていこう。
Yeah, let's keep our wits about us.
What are Bonnie and Clyde doing now?
They're slowly getting to points of logic we've already done.
Yeah, we put in the work, and now we're just
checking our answers.
Yeah.
第7の番も 状況は全く同じだ。
The situation's exactly the same on the seventh twilight.
信頼できるジェシカの紫発言がいとこ4人、すなわち生存者の誰にも殺せない
Dan's
と
definitely
断言している。
helping. I needed to look at like the first couple of hints.
That's because it's because that's the power of being the hater of the chat. It grants you the ability to have the answers beamed into your brain through the
power of hatred.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with a way to put hate into the word morphogenetic field, but
Oh yeah,
hate for genetic field.
the hate for genetic field. I like that. That's definitely what happened to
It's happened to me enough times.
happened to spoilers in 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors.
Happened to me enough times. Such as the fucking... I'm still absolutely losing my mind over the Saktaru thing.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I was
I thought you were gonna say the white
unironically
horse.
not thinking that was gonna be the answer. I was just like, it would be really funny if...
If there were just a bunch of them. Turns out,
Like, that'd be really funny. Like, as of someone who doesn't like this story, it'd be really funny. It would really take away a lot of the narrative significance of what Saktaru has to this character. And then I was right.
damn. Jessica's purple statement, which we can trust, shows that the 4 cousins, which means all of the survivors, couldn't have committed the crime. And yet, something I don't quite get. The culprit of the first and second Twilights was one of those 5 victims from the first Twilight.
そやつは夏日の部屋に閉じ込められたが、検視を偽ったそやつの子供もまた犯人であることが分かった。
That person was sealed in Natsuhi's room, but we know their child was a culprit too, who lied when examining the death of their parents.
犯人である可能性のある子供はバトル、ジョージ、マリアの
However, the only kids who can be a culprit are Battler, George, and Maria.
そうだ。
That's right.
その3人、第5、第6、第7の3つの事件において
And we've proven that they couldn't have committed murder for the 5th, 6th, and 7th Twilights.
つまりこれは
In other words,
さらにもう一人犯人がいることを指し
this
示
shows
す
us that yet another culprit exists. Yeah, 3! They're finally on 3.
Yep.
面白い。
Interesting.
しかも妥当な推理だ。
It also happens to be a theory that makes
そ
sense.
してその3人目の犯人もまた死んだふりをした何者かってことになる。
Plus, it would mean that the third culprit was also one of those who played dead.
これはひょっとすると犯人が4人、5人ということもあり得るかもし
It
れな
might
いぜ。
even be possible to have 4 or 5 culprits this way.
それはどうだかわからぬが
I'm not sure about
と
that.
にかくいずれにせよ犯人が2人だけでは郷田、熊沢、南條を殺すことはできぬのだ。
At any rate, Goda, Kumasawa, and Nanjo couldn't have been killed if there were only 2 culprits.
それだけは間違いない。
There can be no doubt of that.
こりゃややこしいことになってきたぜ。
This is getting complicated.
3人組が犯人なのか、
Was it a group of 3
それと
culprits?
も2人組と単独犯なのか。
Or was it a pair working together and someone else on their own?
ああ、いやいや、3人以上犯人がいる可能性だって否定
Oh,
してはい
right.
け
We
ない。
can't forget the possibility that there were more than 3 culprits.
17人の登場人物のうち白は9人。
Of the 17 people who appear in the story, 9 have been confirmed innocent.
残る8人のうちバトラ、ジョージ、マリアの3人は生存していることになる。
8 are left. And let's put Battler, George, and Maria to the side since they
白が
survived.
確定せず死んだことになっているのは5人。
That leaves 5 people who were supposedly dead but have not been proven innocent. Not been proved innocent.
ルドルフ、キリエ、
Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Kirie, and Rosa.
すべて第一の番の犠牲者。
All were victims of the first Twilight.
この 食堂の犠牲者5人の中に何人が死んだふりをしていたかって。
Now, the question is which of those 5 victims in the dining hall was faking death? And that's where we were at. We're getting close.
面白くなってきたぜ。
Starting to like this. Alright. Juicy stuff coming up.
最後の第8の番についても
As for the 8th Twilights in the
状
end,
況は全く変わらないな。
the layout's exactly the same. Indeed.
トガキにてジョージ、バトラ、マリアにはジェシカは
The narration says that George, Battler, and Maria could not have killed Jessica.
ジェシカは
Actually, the other way that we could
殺せないのだ。
say that. Never mind.
Okay. The 3 survivors couldn't have done it.
ここの紫発言は結構ヒントになりそうなことをいろいろと喋ってるんだよな。
The purple statements here sound like they have a lot of hints for us.
ジョージとマリアの紫発言が興味深いな。
George's and Maria's purple statements are particularly interesting.
信頼できる
This is where I was stuck.
強力な手がかりになりそうなの。
And then you helped. If only we could trust them, they would be quite a powerful clue.
ジョージの兄貴が白ならマリアには誰も殺せないって紫発言が有効になって
And it would be
マリアの
Battler!
白も確定できる。
If George Aniki is innocent, then his purple statement about Maria being unable to kill anyone would be true, and Maria would be confirmed innocent.
同様にマリアが白ならジョージに大人は殺せないが有効になって結果的にジョージの兄貴の白も確定できる。
The same way, Maria is innocent, and her statement about George being unable to kill an adult would be true. And that would consequently prove George Aniki innocent as
で
well.
はどちらも白であると確定でき
It
る。
would, but we cannot confirm that either of them is innocent.
ジョージの兄貴とマリアは互いに相手が先に白であることを証明できれば
If either George Aniki or Maria could prove that the other was innocent, they would be innocent too.
まるで鶏と卵のようなジレンマに
Like a chicken and egg dilemma. Yeah, that's where I got caught up.
ヒントになりそうでならない。
It almost feels like a useful hint, but not quite.
なんとももどかしい話だ。
Pretty annoying.
その2人の潔白は容易には証明できないだろう。
Proving innocence for either of them probably won't be easy.
それにもはや容疑者は少数に絞り込まれている。
At least we've gotten the suspects down to a small number.
ここからはもしも誰々が犯人だったならと個別に検証していくしかないだろうな。
From here on out, there's probably nothing left to do except check each one to see if they could have been a culprit.
そうだな。
You're right.
いよいよ最後の詰めに入ってきたようだぜ。
Feels like we're getting to the final stretch.
いよいよ推理も大詰めって感じ。
So, looks like they've almost made it, doesn't it?
まな板の上のなんとやらの心境よ。
I feel like a plucked fish. Okay, so by that time, Burn's sweating. By that point, Burn's sweating. George and Maria are chicken and egg.
まずマリア犯人説から検証してみよ
First, let's test the theory that Maria could have been a
う。
culprit.
マリアが犯人ならローザを死んだふりにできる。
If she's guilty, then Rosa could have been playing dead.
ローザには第1、第2の番の殺人が実行可能。
She could have carried out the crimes on the first and second Twilights. But there's only one parent.
そして夏日おばさんの部屋に閉じ込められマリアが第4の番以降の殺人を引き継ぐことになる。
Then she gets locked in Aunt Natsuhi's room and Maria takes over for the following murders.
マリアにはゲストハウスでの全ての殺人が不可能だ。
It was impossible for Maria to commit any of the murders in the guest house.
マリアはシャノンを殺すのが精一杯ということになる。
So the most Maria could do was kill
と
Shannon.
なるとゲストハウスでの殺人のために 3人目の犯人が必要
which means a third culprit would be needed for the guest house murders.
3人目はエヴァ、秀吉、ルドルフ、キリエの中の誰かという
The third one would have to be Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, or
そして
Kirie.
それはさらに4人目の犯人を必要としてしまう
And that would mean we'd need a fourth culprit too, right? You're
エヴァ
right.
おばさんたち4人の誰かが死んだふりをするためにはそれを検出する子供も犯人でなくては
In order for one of those 4 adults to play dead, the child who checked them would have to be a culprit too.
つまりマリアが犯人である時点で犯人は4人にまで膨れ上がるわけだ
In other words, if Maria is a culprit, we need to have at least 4 culprits total.
4人が犯人であるためには4人全員がそれぞれ最低1人は
If there are
殺してい
4
なくてはならない
culprits, then each one of them must kill at least 1 person. The definition of culprit is a murderer,
だとすると
in which case,
おかしくなってくる
things don't quite seem to add up.
犯人4人の内訳は大人2
The 4
人子供
culprits
2人となる
would then be 2 adults and 2
大人
children.
1人は第1、第2の番の殺人を
One adult is in charge of the murders on the first and second
もう
twilights.
1人の大人はゲストハウスの殺人を担当する
The other adult handles the murders from the guest house onwards.
ここで矛盾が生
Yes.
じるのだ
This is where we get a contradiction.
犯人は殺人者であるという定義
A culprit is defined as one of the murderers.
犯人は絶対に殺人をしなくてはならないと
That means anyone who's a culprit must commit murder at least once.
子供の犯人は殺人可能な相手がほとんど
Simply
存在
put,
しない
there are very few people that a child culprit could murder.
第1、第2の番は子供には犯行を
The children could not have killed on the first and second
不明
twilights.
そしてゲストハウス以降も犯行不明
They also can't commit murder after the first deaths in the guest house take
唯
place.
一可能なのはシャノン殺しの第4の番だけ
The only one they can possibly commit is Shannon's murder on the fourth
子供
twilight.
の犯人はシャノン1人しか殺せな
A
い
child culprit can only kill Shannon.
2人目の子供の犯人は誰も殺せないから犯人にはなれないんだ
A second child culprit couldn't kill anyone, so they couldn't be a culprit at
子
all.
供の犯人は2人以上存在
It
でき
means
な
there
い
can only be one child culprit.
マリアが犯人である時点でローザ以外にもう1人
As soon as we pick Maria as a culprit, we need another adult culprit besides Rosa.
その検視を偽れるもう1人の子供の犯人は存在できない
However, it's impossible for there to be a second child culprit to lie about their parents' death.
つまりマリアが犯人であることはありえない
In other words, it's impossible for Maria to be a culprit. They're going all the way.
They are.
次にジョージ犯人説を検証して
Next, let's try a theory with George as a culprit.
子供の犯人1人しか存在できない
Only one child culprit can exist.
ジョージの兄貴が犯人である時点でエヴァおばさんと秀吉おじさん以外に死んだふりができる人物は存在
If
しない
George Aniki is a culprit, that means Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi are the only adults who could have been playing dead.
大人2人に子供1人で犯人3人組
So a 3-person group with 2 adults and 1 kid?
なるほどそれならこれまでの全ての事件に説明がつく
I see. That sounds like it'd explain all the crimes so far, doesn't it?
ところがどっこい
But hold it.
実はこれもありえない
That's actually impossible too. Uh-oh. Oh no, Battler's...
Battler's relying on things that aren't necessarily correct.
Yep, get his ass. Indeed.
ジョージが犯人であることは明白に否定され
It's
て
clearly shown that George cannot be a culprit. Dan disagrees. The land adults is giggling because they're being stupid.
そうなのよね
Pretty sharp.
子供に殺人可能なのは第4の番のシャノンのみ
The only one the kids can kill is Shannon on the fourth twilight.
シャノン殺しについては信頼できる紫発言で
A trustworthy purple statement has already proven that George couldn't have been the culprit in Shannon's murder. That's it. Just one tiny alibi that only works for Shannon-chan's murder. That's what proves George Aniki innocent for all of the crimes. So we need not suspect George. Which means all of his purple statements can be relied upon.
Now there's 3 ways that we can go around that. Number 1,
there's another one.
Oh my god. Alright, so there's 3 ways that I've come up with to go around that. Number 1, is the actual timing of... number 1, Kanon is an actual person who can be murdered and is murdered, rather than simply written out of the story. Ooh. Ooh. Number 2, and this is relying on the specific timing of the person who committed the first Twilight commits 6 murders. Being true specifically at the second Twilight rather than at the end of the story. In that case, you can have Maria also be a culprit, so that the both of them are not telling the truth about whether or not they can kill adults. They also partake in the first Twilight, so that they're both murderers. And then the other parent who was involved in the first murders was the one who goes and commits all the murders after, like outside, in order to reach the 6 kill count. Number 3, which is the dumbest one,
oh boy,
is he just commits murder outside of the story.
I know, that would be so funny.
So those are the three loopholes to that logic.
Yeah.
I'm really hating on George. I really want him to be a valid answer. So that's why I'm going with it.
Is this the last hint?
I wouldn't even be this pedantic if it weren't for Ryukishi being so pedantic too.
No, he deserves it, honestly. Once we're sure that George is innocent, that automatically makes Maria innocent too. Yeah. It confirms George Aniki's purple statement saying Maria couldn't kill anyone. Since she couldn't kill anyone, she can't be a culprit. So, Maria is also confirmed innocent. Since George and Maria are innocent. That also proves that their examinations of their parents' deaths were also trustworthy. That's right. No one will reach a wrong conclusion when examining a body. And people who aren't culprits can't lie. So the deaths of their parents have been confirmed, and those parents are also innocent. We've gotten rid of almost everyone. The answer is already clear, is it not?
Also, for those who don't know, actual they keep going. Holy smokes!
They just look at the screen. They're like, "It's fucking Battler! It's Battler! Shut up! It's Battler!" First off, there are multiple culprits.
But what I was saying was, in actual logic, the term of the thing that they did when it came to George and Maria is called proof by contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
If you assume that something is true and then find a contradiction in that logic, then the opposite must be true. Assuming that there's a thing and an opposite as the only two.
That's kind of like that puzzle with the Higurashi girls, right?
Yep.
First off, there are multiple culprits. That's confirmed. These crimes would be impossible for a single person. To start, one of the adult culprits carried out the first Twilight, then played dead. Since we know that all of the servants with master keys are innocent, there's no way for the culprit to lock the door to the dining hall from the outside. So we know that the one who locked it did so from the inside the room and must have been playing dead. And in order for them to play dead, they needed another culprit to lie when examining their death. Since Genji-san is innocent, there are only 5 suspicious victims, each examined by their respective children. So that gives us our second culprit, the child of the first culprit. And the child culprit can't carry out the crimes once they start occurring in the guest house. Plus, the adult culprit is sealed up in Natsuhi's room. So a second adult culprit is needed. 2 adults, 1 kid. That's what our culprit group looks like. Do they do it again? Do they do it again? Do they go again?
Are we going for another one?
Do they go just... It's like, are you truly stupid? Look straight at the screen. It's Battler, Rudolph, and Kirie. It's Battler, Rudolph.
We'll give you one last thing.
Should be obvious by now. The name of the child culprit in this culprit group is clear. Pretty much, it's me. All of the kids have been proven innocent with one exception. Me! And the only corpse inspections that a child culprit could lie about were the inspections of that child's own parents. So, the culprits group was a family of 2 adults and 1 child. Murder with the family. How sweet. So, who are the 3 culprits? There's hardly any point in stretching this out further, is there? Is there another one? Is there another one?
Tell me there's another one.
Please, 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 please. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, come on. Oh no, they're hitting us with discolor. What a messed up answer. Me and my parents, Burncastle really can't, like, chill. Looks like I was the child culprit. Even in my games, Battler culprit theories were some of the most popular, weren't they? Oh, like online? It seems so. Sheesh. Why does everyone think I did it?
Of course everyone thinks you did it because you survived.
Yeah. If you're a culprit, that automatically makes your parents culprits too. There's no need to think this over anymore. We've already won. There's no need for any more discussions or hints.
Battler says, looking directly at the camera.
Let's move ahead with the answer. Is it over? Well done. Seems a mystery of this level wasn't enough to beat those 2 after all. Yep, that one's it.
Alright. Now we save the game and we blame him anyway.
Okay. Alright. Oh god, I have so much dread in my heart. So are we going just George or are we going George Hideyoshi? Okay.
Yeah.
I want to see. Is it gonna be like, this is a theoretically an answer?
Ah, come on. What a messed up answer. Looks like
Oh, so it just gives you the thing.
Okay, yeah. Fuck this.
Boo! I want to be a hater. I want Battler to also be a hater. Whatever.
Alright, Battler, EDA, and Rudolph. So he has a confident smile this time instead of sweating.
Also, it looks like the answer is clear. Just made me think of that one puzzle in Professor Layton.
It is a different scene. Maybe we should have gone ahead.
With this is the correct answer thing. Okay.
Yeah, this is the correct answer, but so it's the final hint.
Yeah, we just went back into the final hint.
Fuck up, yeah. Oh, I wonder if they give you the next hint. If whenever you fuck up,
maybe
they just give you the next hint, and since we had already gotten to the last hint.
Do you have a save from before?
Yeah.
We could test that.
Okay, how many hints do we have so far? We have none. Okay.
Go identify. Blame. I don't even know what their last name is.
They're all Ushiromiya.
Oh yeah, because he also took... Oh yeah, it just goes straight to the first hint.
Hello, Peach Tea again. These purple statement things are quite a problem. Yeah, it just throws you into a hint.
Lame.
I think that's better than giving you the answer straight out.
I do like the fact that that's the case. Like they do it that way, but I'm still saying it's lame that we can't blame George.
It's lame that we can't blame George. Yeah, think outside the box, Burn. Oh, no problem. Oh god. Also, my brain's not working after all that thinking. And we're 7 hours in and it's 9 p.m. I think I may stop here now that we know the right answer. Now that we know the right answer for sure, we'll just plug in the right answer next Thursday.
I also suspect the actual reason that the answer is Battler in this one is because Ange is here, so Vern's gonna be like, hey Ange, Battler's the murderer.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Battler's the murderer.
And
don't you feel sad?
Yeah.
You should cry about it.
Yeah, definitely.
And be sad.
Yeah. Yeah. I had that feeling early on. Oh man, my brain's a little fried. Maybe I should just stop stream. Maybe I should just stop stream. Alright then. Thank you guys very much for the big rambly thinky episode. And we'll see what happens from here next time on Umineko Thursday. Alright, thank you guys very much.
You want to say goodbye to chat?
Yeah, you want to say goodbye, Nero? Your little meows?
Nope.
Alright.
How many of those hours was us figuring out Burns' game?
Most of them.
I want to say just like an hour and a half?
No. It was like 4 hours when we started.
Yeah, but a large portion of us was actually just reading Burns' game.
That's true.
And then we solved it, and then we had to go through all the hints, which also took a while.
Yeah, at least 2 hours.
So like an hour and a half to 2 hours is my guess for how long it took.
It depends on what your cutoff is, but yeah.
We could go back and test it, but
Yeah. Ouch. Yeah. Ow. Owie. But of course, if we'd gone through all the hints, it would have gotten us to the answer much more quickly.
Yeah.
I was only really going off 4 maximum hints.
The Nanjo hint would have gotten me to solve it in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Unironically, just the Nanjo hint would have gotten me to solve it. Because I wasn't able to like look at the narration on my end. I was just looking at a list of nothing but the purple statements.
Yeah.
So I had to work my way backwards to prove that Nanjo had to be innocent, because there's no situation where Nanjo isn't innocent that doesn't have too many accomplices.
And I had a feeling I should be looking again at the narration, but I was feeling lazy, and then I saw the hint that was like, look at the narration, and I'm like, fuck. Oh, yeah. Ow, my brain. Yep, I think that'll be it from me. All right, everybody.
Anyway, in this scenario, hashtag blame George.
Ha! Hashtag blame George. We came up with bullshit out of the box ways to blame George anyway. All right, everybody. Good night. See you next Thursday, or maybe even sooner. I have upgrades imminent. Woo! All right, good night.